Councilmember Remy, would you lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This evening, Council is grateful to have Pastor Quita Croma of River of Life Global Ministries here to pray with us. Pastor, welcome to Council.
Good evening, President of the Council, member of the Council. It's an honor. I would like, before I read, to read you a quick scripture from Proverbs chapter 16, verse 3. It says, "Commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thought shall be established." And I pray tonight that will be in this meeting this day. So let us pray. Spirit of the living God, we thank you. We give you the praise for your faithfulness. We honor your name because you are a good God. Lord, as we've gathered here tonight to discuss matter pertaining to our community, we pray, Lord, that you will establish our thoughts tonight. And Lord, your word declares that you will remove the heart of stone and replace it with the heart of flesh. And we pray, Lord, that we all will be here tonight with an open mind to discuss and to do what is right for our community. I commit everyone that is in here tonight, I commit it unto you, and I pray, Father, that you take charge. Let your name be exalted, and we commit this meeting unto you, and we pray, Lord, that you take charge. Take charge over it, that everything will bring glory and honor to your name. Thank you, Father, for who you are, and we give you all the glory. In Jesus' precious name we've prayed. Amen.
Amen and amen. Thank you, Pastor. Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorrance, favor Remy, President Harden. Any person who takes any actions to obstruct or interfere with the conduct of tonight's meeting may be charged with disturbing a lawful meeting pursuant to Columbus City Code 2317.12. Any person who enters those areas of City Council chambers reserved for city officials or invited guests may be charged with criminal trespass pursuant to Columbus City Code 2311.21.
Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorrance, favor Remy, President Harden.
This week's communications received by the city clerk's office are published in the city bulletin and will be in the agenda and will be published in the city bulletin. Are there any other communications read into the record?
No, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go around the dais with announcements and resolutions by council members, starting with Councilmember Bangston.
Thank you, Council President. Just one announcement this evening. I just wanted to take a chance to thank all of those in the small business community for their interest and engagement in the first phase of the Downtown Ground Floor Growth Initiative. We are really excited, and the deadline was last Thursday, and proud to say that we received 136 applications from minority and women-owned businesses. So our office is really excited about the overwhelming interest in this particular program. Over the next few weeks, my office, in partnership with our small business team in the Department of Development and also our program partners, will work through these applications to select a group of businesses that will advance to the second round of applications. Please reach out to my office via my legislative aide, J.P. Dorval, at J.P. Dorval, D-O-R-V-A-L, at columbus.gov if you have any questions regarding the Downtown Growth Initiative. But really excited to be able to start to see our ground floor of Gay and High Street populated with diverse businesses. And again, want to thank Director Stevens and all the folks in development for their hard work on this. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Barosa de Padilla.
Thank you, Council President. I have 3 announcements. They're a little long, bear with me, but they're going to be good and fun and amazing. So first, fueled by the spirit and creativity of our residents, 614 Beautiful is an initiative that creates beautiful spaces in every corner of Columbus. Projects are granted $15,000, and the program is open to all residents and organizations of Columbus. This cycle, we funded 9 that have a projected start in 2024. So I'm very excited to announce who the awardees are. We've announced it on social media, but I wanted to take the time today to congratulate these folks. So first in North Linden, Nature's Grace Storybook Trail at Mays Manor United Methodist Church. It'll create greenways in the North Linden community, illuminated passages in the Near East Side, so it's a lighted installation to transform underutilized railway underpasses in a community connector. Salem Garland Collaborative, a new community gathering and education space led by Northland Community House. West Broad Street Unification Project, it's a proposal from the Hilltop Rise unifying 2 hilltop neighborhoods through murals and a biking infrastructure. You can see some of the pictures up on the screen. Downtown public restroom art. So the downtown CID installed newly built public restrooms in downtown Columbus. We're adding art along those inside and outside of the restrooms. The West Broad Street mural. It's a mural proposal from the Buckeye Ranch inspiring the imagination of local youth and the hilltop community. This is our CCS, a proposal from Columbus City Schools that celebrates the legacy and pride of academic institutions in 20 Columbus communities. So this will be banners in those areas where we have Columbus City Schools. Creating safety through art history, a proposal for a new Amina Robinson character safety trail on the Near East Side, led by the Art Mobile. And last but certainly not least is Iuka and Waldeck Pocket Park. So it's a proposal from the University District to improve community connections through activated green space. So again, all of these projects have been, these come from our residents. These come from community organizations that apply for these grants, and they have technical support from the Neighborhood Design Center. So these projects will be coming your way in 2024. Next, as I'm speaking, we have some special guests so they can start making their way down to the podium. But this past October, I sponsored the first Girls Will Summit organized by Aaron Pink and ICE Mentors in celebration of the International Day of the Girl in partnership with the Women's Caucus here at City Council. The Girls Will Summit was hosted at the Columbus Preparatory School for Girls with the goal of empowering girls and moving them to action through policy. Throughout the day, interactive activities help the girls from grades 6 through 8 identify issues that they face in and out of school and how to address them. The summit concluded with a policy pitch where the students shared their policy ideas with a panel of community leaders. You can see some of the pictures on the screen. The policies range from the need for mental health resources for girls, the adultification of Black girls, social media safeguards for young people, and the need for cultural competency of police when dealing with sexual abuse cases. All of these ideas came from the girls themselves in conversations throughout the day. It was truly an inspirational and enlightening summit, and I was so proud of the young people who presented. And today with us, we have representatives from the winning. They're all winners. All of the proposals, it was so hard to choose. But the winning proposal we made a promise that they would come down to City Council and introduce this panel to their ideas. So the projects, remember, are both policies inside of the school and outside of the school that affect their lives. So today we have with us representatives from both Aaron Pink and the incredible principal at CPSG, Principal Tucker. So I want to welcome, while we have all of the girls, I think we have 3 spokespeople, and that's Anise Turner, Catherine Remy, and Kari Yost to share their winning policy pitch with us. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Columbus City Council, for allowing this valuable experience for the young ladies of Columbus City Preparatory School for Girls, affectionately known as CCPSG. I want to thank ICE Mentors and Aaron Pink for bringing the International Day of the Girls Summit to our building. And it is my honor to introduce Catherine Remy, Kari Yost, and Anise Turner.
Good evening, City Council members. I am Anise Turner at the Girls Will Summit for International Day of the Girls. We engage in 3 workshops designed to empower and amplify our voices. The sessions focused on the influence of social media, explored the various impacts it has, and sparked discussions on the inequalities girls encounter. We also explore strategies for affirming ourselves and overcoming barriers to achieve our personal best. As a culmination of the summit, we practice over organizational strategic thinking and collaborative skills to develop policies. These policies are intended to raise awareness and offer solutions to the challenges that girls are currently confronting. The summit provided a platform for us to not only learn but also actively contribute to shaping a more empowering future for girls.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Kari Yost. Personally, the summit was invaluable as it not only imparted knowledge but also provided a platform for active participation and a space for us to learn and be heard. Learning how to contribute to shaping a more empowering future for girls left a lasting impact on me, reinforcing the importance of advocacy and collective efforts for positive change. My favorite part of the summit was hearing all of the girls' opinions while making the posters and working together to come up with a topic.
My favorite part of the summit was working together as a team to get what's right for girls around the world.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Catherine Remy. Our policy period pass is a way for us to communicate our inequalities girls face when they are on their monthly cycles. First, like the fact the dispensers in the bathrooms are not filled with the products we need. That's an easy fix by making sure the dispensers are properly stocked on a daily basis when the janitors clean the bathrooms. Currently, during the 7 hours we are in school, we are given 2 passes for the entire day. We are being asked to be in our feminine hygiene products for over 4 hours. This is unacceptable and also unsanitary. The period pass policy would allow us 4 passes per day to take care of ourselves. Taking action on the policy would be the first step to have a positive impact on girls around the world. Thank you for partnering with Columbus City Preparatory School for Girls and Aaron Pink Empowerment to provide this opportunity for us at Columbus City Preparatory School for Girls.
Councilmember Rosa De Padilla, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to sponsor International Day of the Girl and the Girls Will Summit. We hope that the policy that was shared not only impacts your school, but it brings awareness to all our community leaders that our girls have a voice and they have issues that they wanted to bring to the forefront, and that's the whole intention of International Day of the Girl. So City Council, thank you for the opportunity to host International Day of the Girl at Columbus City Prep School for Girls.
So don't go anywhere. I just want to open it up if my colleagues have any. Yes, Councilmember Remy.
So I have to take a proud dad moment to welcome my daughter and her school down. And of course, one of my favorite middle schools in the whole district. Thank you, Ms. Tucker and Aaron, for the work that you do. And we did not plan this.
No.
This was selected. And I just said, my daughter's on that team. But congratulations and thank you for bringing this to light. It is a worthy cause and something that needs to be fought for. So we appreciate your advocacy and doing these things, bringing this to light for the rest of the city of Columbus. So thank you so much.
Well, ladies, you've done such an amazing job as right now only 2 of what will be 4 women caucus at City Council. It definitely has our approval. We're so proud of you all for standing in your truth, being confident in your statements today and your proposals, and we will do what we can to continue to advocate on your behalf for what you have proposed here today. So thank you. Round of applause. You guys did such a great job.
And I just also wanted to join in the chorus. So I got to spend the day and hear the conversations, and it was incredibly enlightening. I think that many times when we talk about girls in any field, but elevating the girls, the voices of girls, especially in this place where girls are usually seen as activists, but how do we move that into action and think about policy? And I think it is telling that there's 2 women sitting up here when there could be many more women sitting here. And the fact that you are elevating the things that you care about most and also raising issues that there was no giggles when we talked about menstruation. There was nothing, there was real conversation about women's health and what this means for you, your mental, your physical health. All of the conversations were so mature. And again, I think even Principal Tucker, I remember at the end, came up and said, I heard you. I heard you, and this is going to change policy in the school, so you're already change makers. So this is hopefully not your last time down at City Hall. We often call this the people's living room, where we talk about things together, and especially when there are young people, and there's young people in the district. As a proud Columbus City Schools graduate, it's always something for us to celebrate, especially when we have Black and brown girls down here that can see themselves in these spaces and places. So congratulations. Your school is so very, very special. There's always amazing energy when there are young people here. Yes.
My apologies for going back, but I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the people that brought him down tonight, specifically my wife, Miss Brown Remy, and Naja Brown, and Maya Marlowe. Thank you for bringing them down, and the parents that are here as well. So appreciate you.
Absolutely. And lastly, just big kudos to Erin Pink, that I am a huge proponent of the work that you do with girls and the methodology in which you work with them. They have an amazing mental health space in the school. That is, every school should have a space like that for their young people. So congratulations, and thank you for coming down. And interestingly enough, there's a connection between this and our next announcement that we'll talk about in just a second, but I'm glad y'all got to be here on such a special day. So congratulations. Let's give them all a round of applause again. So I'll do a little outfit change for this one. And I'll have my colleagues join me. Whether you are a sports fan, a Crew fan or not, we would like to congratulate our very own Eastern Conference champions, the Columbus Crew, on their victory against our rivals, FC Cincinnati, this past weekend. Can I have our crew for real, come on down? So if you did not watch the game, this past weekend, the Crew headed on to the finals of the MLS, and they look forward to capture their 4th MLS Cup for the club. So joining us this evening, we have Josh Glessing, Chief of Strategy and Development, and Josh Williams, who is an Ohio native, the only player in the franchise history to wear all 3 club crests, and Josh has represented the Crew in more than 180 matches. And of course, everyone's favorite Crew cat. So with that, Josh, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Just before I start, I just had a little girl, so congratulations to Principal Tucker and the other girls. That's an amazing accomplishment. All right, good evening, everyone. First and foremost, thank you to Councilmember Lourdes Barroso de Padilla, and all of City Council for the opportunity to speak today, and for everything you do for the city of Columbus. We're proud to call Columbus home and represent our city, and we appreciate your shared commitment to it. This is an exciting and special time for our club and for the city. Winning a rivalry game on the road to become Eastern Conference champions was special, but we are excited to return home this weekend to host the first ever MLS Cup at Lower.com. We always strive to play our best and compete each and every day, and it's truly special when we have our incredible supporters and the Nordeca energizing us with their passion and enthusiasm. We can't wait to see our fans pack our fortress again on Saturday. Reaching the MLS Cup final is a great accomplishment on its own, but our work isn't done yet, and we are embracing the special opportunity to play such a key match at our home. We have the best and most loyal supporters in the league, and we will give them our all, as we always do throughout the year this weekend. The Columbus Crew thank our fans and the entire city of Columbus for their massive support throughout the year and since our franchise launched in 1996 as an MLS charter club. I'm blessed to have worn all 3 of our club's crests during my time with the team, and I'm proud to call Columbus home. This city, our club, and our supporters have a truly special relationship. Reflecting on my experience in 2017 and the Save the Crew moment, which was ultimately successful thanks to our fans, our government, our corporate leaders, and the Haslam, Johnson, and Edwards families. It is that type of bond and passion for the club and Columbus that ultimately led our team to be in position to compete in Saturday's MLS Cup, as well as claim the trophy in 2020. That was the vision with the construction of Lower.com Field, to play in exciting, meaningful soccer matches in and for our community. We take honor in wearing Columbus on our jersey and represent the city every time we take the pitch. Our team is dedicated to winning championships for Columbus, creating memories for our fans, and being leaders in the community, including within education and youth soccer. That's among the many reasons I feel incredibly fortunate to be a member of this club and call this city home. With our fans and city consistently behind us, we've been writing a special story all season long, and we're preparing for the next chapter this week. We know we have the entire city behind us, and like we like to say, all together now, and are incredibly grateful. Thank you again, and glory to Columbus.
Woohoo. And Josh, I was saying congratulations because also the crew just built a pitch at the Columbus Preparatory School.
I was there for it.
Amazing. And as the mom of two soccer players, both girls, the crew also has a special place in my heart. But also, in addition to a championship game, we also have another special event coming up next year.
Right.
Do you want to talk about what's happening next year for those that may not know?
We were selected to host the 2024 All-Star Game. So I remember big moment. We've hosted it before in the last stadium, so it'll be cool to kind of hopefully, win the trophy this weekend and then kind of carry that excitement over to next year.
That's awesome. And I know that you actually mentioned this, but I think this was also why this was important for me to have you all come down here, because you talked about in 2017, we made an investment in the crew, and talking about the investment that the crew is making back in the city, both what the crew does, but also because of the fans that come in for things like the MLS championship game, the All-Star game. Director Stevens, can you just talk for just a second about what that economic impact can look like for the city? Don't go anywhere, because my colleagues have things.
Thank you, Councilmember Barosa de Padilla. I think it's fair to say that the economic impact is massive. I think that's to keep with the theme. This community rallied around the crew in 2017, and the leadership of council and the mayor, working with our community leaders, saved this team. And having the ability to have bonus soccer, our football, on the pitch going this coming weekend for more people, jobs, and the economic impact will continue to have a significant contribution to the city of Columbus. And as it gets everyone ready for the All-Star game in the summer, we're going to continue to see that impact, and it's going to reach all our communities and all our residents, and they're going to benefit from that. So I'm looking forward to Saturday and talking about this next Monday when we have a championship.
That's awesome. Do my colleagues have any other?
Just go crew. Go crew. We're so proud of you guys. You guys are a hometown team. This story is a story of folks counting us out a few years ago and us fighting back, doing what we have to do. Even earlier in this season, I don't think that some folks thought that we would be here where we are right now. And so we're just so proud. You can feel the energy out there in the community in every side of town. That's what another thing I love about the crew, the soccer. Really, it touches everybody. Every part of our community is our fans and support it, play, and as it continues to grow in America, this sport, I really do believe, has the opportunity to unite so many different types of people. And so just really excited about Saturday. You said you'll come back when we win the cup, and just go crew.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you all so much. Vamos Columbus. And that is all for me this evening, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Council President. This evening, I do have a brief announcement and one resolution. I would like to acknowledge the youth of the Recreation and Parks City Leaders Program who came down to City Hall and joined us here at Council Chambers. I think I don't know if they're still here, if they left, but they had an opportunity, the young leaders coming into the city of Columbus through our Recreation and Parks program. I'm very, very proud of them, Director, and appreciate you having them come down this evening. Also, if I could, I'd like to have Mr. David Weaver and Mr. David Nye come down to the podium, please, to welcome the 14th Chinese School Association in the United States National Convention to Columbus and celebrate Chinese Culture and Language Week and the Ohio Contemporary Chinese School. Columbus proudly supports one of the largest Asian American communities in the Midwest, strengthened by a strong Chinese American community. This week, from December 8th through the 10th, Columbus will host the 14th Chinese School Association in the United States National Convention at the Hilton Polaris. The first national convention was held in Columbus in 1995, and 2023 represents a proud return to Central Ohio. The National Convention will invite nearly 500 industry leaders and experts to discuss Chinese language learning, cultural exchanges, and community engagement with a diverse range of workshops, panels, and speakers. The convention is typically held during the second week of December, a time designated as Chinese Cultural and Language Week. The City of Columbus Council is proud to support our vibrant Chinese community and welcomes the 14th CSA-USA National Convention of Columbus, celebrates Chinese Culture and Language Week and the Ohio Contemporary Chinese School. Mr. Weaver and Mr. Nye, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councilmember Brown, for sponsoring this resolution. Thank you, President Hardin and members of the council, for welcoming us today. My wife is a Chinese immigrant, came here in 1995, has been teaching at Ohio Contemporary Chinese School for many years. And as I know, I don't have to tell any of you, the Chinese American community here in Columbus is very vibrant. And one of the reasons why is because of the gentleman who's standing next to me, David Ni, who himself is an immigrant from China and has held many positions, including being the Dean of Ohio Contemporary Chinese School, and is, for this week, one of the primary organizers of the convention that is taking place this weekend at the Polaris Hilton. So without further ado, I would like to welcome my colleague and my friend, David Ni.
Thank you. Thank you, Columbus City Council, and thank you, Council Member Brown, for sponsoring this resolution. I'm very excited and feel honored to receive this resolution. So my name is David Ni, and I'm the president of Chinese School Association in the United States. And our association, the purpose of our association is to serve the heritage language education of the Chinese heritage language education as well as Asia community. We're about to provide support and service for 400 member schools nationwide, and including 10,000 teachers and 100,000 students all over the United States. And this year, this convention is very special for us because it marks the first return to the Columbus since 1995. We had the first national convention at Ohio State University. And this one is we call national convention, but it's more special is this year. It's more than national. It's actually become international convention, international conference, because we have people from United Kingdom, people from Portugal, people from Japan, and also from Indonesia. And they are very excited to visit this city, Columbus. It's a very dynamic city. So I'm very excited for myself, for my association, also for the place I'm living, Columbus. I think that's a very dynamic city, and all attendings, they are looking forward to visit the Columbus. So thank you again, and I wish everybody here have a joyful holiday season.
If there are no comments from my colleagues, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorrance, favor, Remy, President Hardin.
Thank you.
Adopted.
Thank you again.
Of course.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yeah.
That's all I have, sir.
Councilmember Favor.
Thank you, Council President Hardin. As Chair of Council's Housing Committee, I remain steadfast in my commitment to ensure that all people have equal access to safe and stable housing, especially for our most marginalized communities, including new Americans. With that being said, I would like to provide an update on the city's response to the living conditions uncovered at the Colonial Village housing development. This week, more than 840 residents at Colonial Village were told by property management that they will be required to vacate the premises by December 31st. To prevent these populations from becoming unhoused, the city has stepped up to ensure these families are quickly rehoused. In early November, the city attorney's office also filed legal action against Colonial Village's mortgage holder, EFM transfer agent, its receiver, Kenneth Latz, senior management director of Riveron ETS LLC, and its former property manager, Hayes Gibson, seeking to hold them in contempt of a previous court order mandating improvements in living conditions at the apartments. This situation is reprehensible and demonstrates the need for increased oversight over troubled housing complexes to prevent an instance like this from happening again. However, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to our community partners, including the Community Shelter Board, CHRIS, Legal Aid Society of Columbus, and Haitian Community Network, who have stepped up to help address this situation. I would also now like to take this opportunity to provide Director Stevens with an opportunity to provide a more detailed explanation of steps the city is taking toward addressing this unfolding situation, as well as Sarah Pomeroy from the City Attorney's Office. Director?
Thank you, President Hardin, Chair Favor, members of council. City of Columbus has been working a plan to assist these individuals who've been impacted by what's been going on at Colonial Village. Our partners in this, as Chair Favor, as you've mentioned, include Legal Aid, CHRIS, the Haitian Community Network, Franklin County Emergency Management, and Community Shelter Board. And really the first part of the plan was to ensure that the families had access to much-needed services, including legal representation for housing and immigration issues, food security, health assessments, and education. We held 2 resource fairs on November 16th and 17th, providing immunizations, signing up families for WIC and SNAP benefits, enrolling children in school, and distributing car seats and cribs, as well as coats, blankets, and other material items. The second phase of the plan was to ensure that a safe temporary housing option was established for our most vulnerable families. Working with the Community Shelter Board, we secured hotel rooms for all families who had children under the age of 1 and were residing in units without heat. Once it became clear that the much-needed repairs to the property would not be made by the receiver, the decision was made, and once the receiver and lender made the decision to provide notice to all tenants to vacate by December 31st, the city and the Community Shelter Board scaled up the second phase, expanding the offer for temporary housing through March of 2024 to all households, with the priority placement for those who remain without heat. As of today, 112 households have been relocated from the property. The final step in our plan is to connect as many families as possible with long-term housing stability and empower them with the tools they need to thrive in Columbus. This is being accomplished by removing them from the environment that was unsafe and unsanitary, where they are taken advantage of, and placing them in a safe space where they can focus on getting documentation needed to access employment and housing. In addition to the work of Legal Aid and CHRIS on the legal service side, we are working with R.H. Brown and Associates to work on connecting residents with apartments that meet their needs. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Stevens. Are there any questions or comments for Director Stevens by my colleagues? Sarah Pomeroy, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair Favor. And Council President Hardin, thank you for having me. This, as you mentioned, the city filed an additional motion to add the current receiver, as well as Hayes Gibson Property Services, to our long-running environmental court case that has been dealing with the horrible conditions, frankly, at this property for the last few years. The property has been under the management of a receiver, and unfortunately, due to the lapse of actions taken by the property management, is one of the reasons we've reached here today. So in addition to the motion asking to add those folks to our environmental case, we have also filed an additional motion that then holds the receiver accountable for all of the relocation costs for these residents as part of the receivership. So we are dealing both in common pleas, asking to get those receivership costs, as well as seeking to hold these folks in contempt for letting it get to this situation. Both motions are pending before the court. Do not yet have court dates or updates on those, but we will be doing everything we can to hold these folks accountable.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the work done by our Columbus City Attorney's Office, as well as the department, working collectively with partners across our county to make sure we're giving the best representation to these individuals in this community. We will now move on to two resolutions, Council President. The first one is 0225X-2023. At this time, I would like to invite Ty Smith up to the podium. Each November, we celebrate Native American Heritage Month. Native American Heritage Month is celebrated each November to honor the historical contributions of Native peoples to our communities and appreciate the diversity, culture, and traditions of respective Native tribes. As of October 2023, the United States is home to over 2.2 million Native Americans and Alaskan Natives, with Ohio being home to about 35,000 Native Americans and Alaskan Natives. The Native American Indian Center of Central Ohio was founded in 1975 with a mission to preserve and restore balance in the lives of Native Americans through traditional, cultural, educational, family, community, and wellness-driven values and initiatives. To expand more on Native American Heritage Month and the efforts of NACO, I would like to welcome Ty Smith to the podium for just a few brief remarks.
Quella, Chairwoman Favor, rest of the City Council. I want to thank you for allowing us to be here tonight, and I first want to say thank you for just the acknowledgement for bringing forward such a resolution. And, you know, when one, I guess, steps into the role working at, an urban Indian center and a nonprofit like NACO, Native American Indian Center of Central Ohio, for those of you that don't know, but you don't know what the future has in store. And this was 12 years ago, back in 2011, both my wife and I, Masami Smith here, the executive director. But we were at a point where things were upside down, backwards, and it felt like we was in the dark, and it was tough. And, with a population the size of 0.3 of the entire state, 0.3 percentage of the entire state, it's oftentimes a challenge even just to be recognized and even visible unto each other. And we learned over the years that the thing that was the most important, I guess, in our story going forward was to make sure that we acknowledge the voice of our people. And the fact that we're here today and a resolution like this by you, Councilwoman Favor, is being brought forward is testimony to the voice of our people, really giving us that guidance and that direction. And the fact that, we've had accomplishments like NACO Cuisine and our initiative Land Back NACO coming forward now, it's by way of their voice. So, on their behalf, I certainly want to stand here with my wife as well and say thank you. Kuala, Piramaleo, for all of you guys for, just really acknowledging us. And I want to give a shout out to you, Lourdes. You recognized us last year, and you made an opportunity for us, and we're very thankful. And that opportunity has certainly gone a long ways. And we're certainly here to learn more about how we can build, a relationship with the city. And we would like to, explore that further. I know time is limited here, but on behalf of our people, I certainly would like to say thank you and wishing you all the best too in your endeavors going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions or comments from my colleagues at this time? Councilmember Barosa de Padilla.
I would just say I felt very much a part of your community, and you welcomed us. We got to have our harvest feast together and got to see many of the traditions and helped with a program that NACO has going on. And I would just say ways that we can support is if folks go down to the Cultural Center, if folks support the food truck, it's ways that we help to pour back into a community so that you can keep traditions alive, and they are alive and well. And seeing folks coming from literally all over the country to come here to Columbus to be in community together was something very special to see. So I'm so glad that my colleague honored you and honored your people this month. And it's just a reminder for us that it doesn't matter how many numbers we have. It just matters that we see each other and that we're proximate to each other and we're in community together and celebrating one another. So thank you.
Well said, Council Member. I also just want to echo those comments. And, this is really about us acknowledging and seeing community. I think one of the best jobs that we have is when we do have these opportunities to celebrate the diversity of our community. And so it is incredibly important that we continue to do this work and continue to create opportunities for us to build partnership beyond just celebrating moments just like these. How do we continue to do that? And so I look forward to engaging in those conversations and advancing the work that you all are doing to support your community and then the collective as a whole. So thank you for being here today. With that, I'd move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Adopted.
And then last but certainly not least, we have ordinance, 0227X-2023 to celebrate and honor the contributions of Kauthar Musa to her community and the city of Columbus. At this time, I would invite Ms. Musa up to the podium. Ms. Kauthar Musa is a pillar of her community, having used her education and professional life to uplift and empower it through increasing public health awareness. Ms. Musa has worked in a number of capacities, including as a Nisander Center Diversity Fellow at The Ohio State University, as a research assistant with Ohio State's Somali Integration USA project, and as a community activist leading the organizing efforts for Somali National Day in 2018, and fundraising for those who lost loved ones due to the Sobe bombing in Somalia and for flood victims in Somalia. For her contributions to the community, Ms. Musa has been recognized by the Somali Americans officials receiving the Community Champion Award in 2022. Ms. Musa also serves as a commissioner for the City of Columbus's Northeast Area Commission, having used her role to advocate on behalf of residents, especially involving issues of tenant protections, including efforts to ensure that Section 8 vouchers would be accepted by landlords within the community. Ms. Musa has played a key role in understanding the linkages between COVID-19 and the Somali American community, publishing an article titled Local to Global, Somali's Perspective on Faith, Community, and Resilience and Response in COVID-19 in the American Psychological Association's Journal. With that, I'd like to invite Ms. Musa, to provide some brief remarks.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful face tonight we have here. Good evening, Councilman Shannon Harden. Good evening, Shayla Favor, and thank you so much for sponsoring this resolution. And good evening, everybody who is here tonight, all the city officials. Just to introduce myself, some of you know me and some of you don't know me. I'm just a simple girl. My name is Kauthar Musa, and I work with Federal Qualified Health Center, and also I serve as a field leader and also a community organizer and also a community activist, which one I like. I like to be a community activist all the time. I'm grateful to be here with you all this evening. I'm grateful. Also, I have my friends with me. I have Mahdi Jama, and also who is a Somali Link president, and also I have with me as a guestie my sister and Representative Munira Abdullahi, who is here with me to take this resolution with me home tonight. Just to share with you a story, on January 7, I have learned that nearly 60 people, mainly Somali community, low income, families were told that Section 8 will no longer be accepted as income. Many of them was stressed, depressed, many of them were hopeless, some of them were disabled individuals, some of them had no jobs. Once I received it and I learned that the issue was going on, I informed them that this information was incorrect, and I promised to find more information and details to help them. Luckily, my connection is with the city attorney and Columbus City attorney, and also with the legal aid, I was able to contact them, and I was able to share with them the things that was going on by that time. The residents used to call me multiple times a day because of fear of eviction. if they don't fear of eviction, like by telling them they're gonna move out. They were giving them a notice stating that if you are not paying the money on time, you're gonna move out, and also we are not accepting the Section 8. I assured them to trust the system and wait the attorney office and the legal aid information. At some point I traveled, while the case was open, at some point I traveled back to Africa, and I was receiving phone calls every night, because in Africa, the daytime is, here in America, it's evening, so they used to call me multiple times by asking them, and they asking me like, how's the things are going on? And they were asking me like, okay, we are here, we're moving out because, as you know, the immigrants are low-paying people, and if they get late 5 days, they are very scared that they get evicted. So they were always telling me, hey, we're moving out of this apartments because still we don't have any information from the city attorney, from the legal aid, because it takes a process. It's not like something that takes over a few days. So I was always assuring that they know, hey, trust the system and wait, somebody will call you. Even the dispatch calling me while I was back home in Africa 2 times, telling me the things so I can update back the resident is. Do you know why they were calling me? They were calling me because of fear, because of losing hope. They were scaring eviction. Those communities, at some point, they were in refugee camps 10 years before they traveled to America, the greatest country in the world. And today they are scared eviction, lack of housing, and ending up at the end of the day in the streets. So the reason I'm here tonight is to ask you as a city officials to provide more affordable housing, more projects that provide rental assistances, and also the other things that they usually struggle, the immigrants and refugees, are transportation issues, and that's something I wanna ask you to provide those resources to the communities like refugees and immigrants. Funding for local organizations like Somalican, Somali-Link, by providing, grants to support those who cannot support themselves, like immigrants, refugees, and, those who are underserved populations. Thank you all for inviting me here, and thank you, Shayla Pfeiffer, for, giving me this resolution. Also, thank you, Munira and Mahdi, for coming with me this evening.
Absolutely. Well, before we do claps, getting ahead of us there, sir. Let me open it up to my colleagues to make any remarks they have. Yes. Councilmember
Thank you.
Bingston.
I just want to say thank you to my commissioner, because she's on the Northeast Area Commission, and I'm a proud resident of the Northeast Area Commission. So just want to, again, thank you for all the work that you do. We were literally just together yesterday celebrating the opening of Bokaro Market, which is a Somali-owned grocery store off of 161, and that's just another symbol of how you show up in this community, show up for your community. And so I just want to thank you for everything that you're doing. And I said it yesterday, and I say it again today, that we are a strong community because of our Somali brothers and sisters, and we are a strong community because of our diversity. That is what makes Columbus strong. And so thank you for your advocacy, and thank you for continue to lend that voice, because for many of us, we don't have that lived experience. And it takes advocates, and it takes folks that have that lived experience and have the ability to advocate on behalf of their people. That is how we get change done. So thank you so much for all that you do, and thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Representative, as well.
Yes, thank you so much, and advocating to the very end. So we appreciate all the work that you're doing to represent your community and to continue to advocate on their behalf every single day. With that, I would move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Adopted.
Thank you. Thank you all.
It's good to see you.
Congratulations, and I can't let
Thank you.
Representative Abdul Ali come to council chambers without thanking you and saying that representation matters. As part of what Hathor Musa does is represent, advocate on behalf of a community that has to see themselves in government, and you show us and lead us into our future here in Columbus. So thank you so much for your representation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Just
you.
for the record, I stepped out the area commission just a few weeks ago, so thank you so much. Just for the record, I'm correcting that.
That's
Thank you all.
Thank you, and that's all I have, Council President Harden.
Thank you. Councilman Remy.
Nothing for me this evening.
Really? All right. Well, I just wanted to acknowledge and again thank you to Ms. Musa for advocating just now for more affordable housing. Councilmember Favor and I, right before council meeting started, just wrapped up another hearing on our affordable housing strategy. And so we just appreciate everyone's continued engagement as we look into passing wholesaling regulation legislation, as well as looking at ways to bring more affordable housing into the community. The only other thing that I would say is Happy Founders Day to the brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, 117 years of serving this community. So I wish I could be with the brothers as they celebrate tonight and recognize the contributions that this amazing, the first Black fraternity has provided to this country, but even more so to this community. I'm just really grateful to be a part of this brotherhood. So it's been a good night for Black and Gold and Old Gold and Black. So I am representing my fraternity all evening. And shout out to the administration who is lighting this building, Old Gold and Black, tonight in honor of our fraternity. With that, are there any comments from City Attorney's Office? I do want to recognize that we have Councilmember-elects in the audience tonight. I see Councilmember-elect Nancy Day Alkire here and Councilmember-elect Chris Weiss, who is here as well. So welcome to council, Councilmember-elect. Are there any requests by members of council for the removal of an ordinance or resolution from tonight's agenda? Seeing none, may we now have a motion to waive reading of the titles of third-day legislation by the city clerk? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Will the clerk now read into the record the ordinance numbers of third-day legislation on tonight's agenda for first reading?
Economic Development Committee, Resolution 217X-2023, ordinances 2602, 2614, 3081, 3244, 3246, 3247, 3311, 3367, 3369, 3370, 3371, 3372, 3405, 3406, 3407, 3408-2023. Technology Committee, Ordinance 3135-2023. Public Service and Transportation Committee, Resolution 223X-2023, ordinances 3146, 3167, 3169, 3175, 3181, 3211-2023. Recreation and Parks Committee, ordinances 3112, 3186, 3188, 3190, 3191, 3192, 3193-2023. Education Committee, ordinances 2876, 3090, 3389-2023. Public Utilities Committee, ordinances 2695, 3128, 3163, 3200, 3222, 3237, 3255, 3300-2023. Workforce Development Committee, ordinance 3446-2023. Building and Zoning Policy Committee, ordinances 3274 and 3276-2023. Housing Committee, ordinances 3284, 3295, 3321, 3322, 3382-2023. Health and Human Services Committee, ordinances 3179 and 3260-2023. Public Safety Committee, ordinance 3253-2023. Finance Committee, ordinances 3115, 3226, 3379, 3394-2023. Rules and Reference Committee, ordinances 2700 and 3380, 2800, 3201, 3116, 3447, 3448, 3449, 1374, 3449-2023, and 1374-2022. Zoning Committee, ordinances 3373, 3393, 3423, 3426, 3436, that's 2023, 3308-2022. Variances, ordinances 3350, 3390, 3398, 3401, 3410, 3416, 3429, 3435, 3437-2023, and ordinance 3309-2022.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have one speaker on first readings, Devin Jacobs, speaking against ordinance 3435. Let the record reflect that we called for Mr. Jacobs. The following ordinances appear, and I see that they have other speakers on the first reading portion of the agenda. I understand that these folks will speak now during second reading as we'll move. Okay. The following orders appear on our agenda as consent action. Will the clerk now read those into the record?
Resolutions of expression 230X-2023, Economic Development Committee, ordinances 3162, 3166, 3168, 3374, 3384, 3428-2023, Technology Committee, ordinance 3078-2023, Public Service and Transportation Committee, ordinances 2922, 3085, 3103, 3117, 3150, 3183, 3215, 3219, 3221, 3241, 3264, 3354, 3355, 3356, 3403-2023, Neighborhoods and Immigrant, Refugee, and Migrant Affairs Committee, ordinances 3445 and 3474-2023, Recreation and Parks Committee, ordinances 3034, 3036, 3091, 3094, 3185, 3187, 3189-2023. Public Utilities Committee, ordinances 2866, 2934, 2981, 2984, 2985, 2986, 2987, 3048, 3098, 3099, 3100, 3111, 3157, 3195, 3223, 3303, 3328-2023, Building and Zoning Policy Committee, Ordinance 3213-2023, Housing Committee, Ordinances 3182, 3212, 3220, 3257, 3285, 3378, 3381-2023, Criminal Justice and Judiciary Committee, ordinances 2749, 3122, 3161, 3366-2023, Health and Human Services Committee, ordinances 3031, 3065, 3154, 3293, 3301, 3360, and 3399-2023, Public Safety Committee, ordinances 3063, 3104, 3153, 3225, 3271, 3290-2023, Environment Committee, ordinances 3101, 3206-2023, Administration Committee, ordinances 2060, 2640, 2880, 3079, 3086, 3113, and 3318-2023, Finance Committee, ordinances 2854, 3060, 3121, 3134, 3137, 3155, 3233, 3236, 3238, 3240, 3277, 3278, and 3287-2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have one speaker on the consent portion of the agenda, Mr. Nate Wilkins.
(1612) Arlington Avenue, Mr. Lizanna, George Wilkins. I'm going to be speaking for this. I would just like to know how long this been in place, and I will be speaking in for this, CA 52-32-12-2023. I would like to see more money to be given to this. I would like to see this money be idolized for 28 and a half years, $9.7 million, up to $875 million for the next 26 and a half years. I believe this is for a grant, home, whatever this can be for. The reason why I question for more money, I think this more money can be idolized for home or Greater Columbus or for other things in the city that we need. I do believe this can be more money up to the next 75 years to 85 years to be put in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins, for your advocacy. Director, is there any response to Mr. Wilkins? He's always advocating for more affordable housing, which we're grateful for.
Thank you, President Harden. So this funding goes to support our community development collaborative, which provides administration funds and to support our community housing development organizations, or CHODAs, who are in our neighborhoods building more affordable housing. This is an additional $30,000 to that organization for that support.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments on the consent portion of the agenda? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Consent agenda is approved Will now proceed with the second reading of 30-day postponed and emergency legislation. The first committee to come before council is the Technology Committee, chaired by Councilmember Bangston. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Tonight in the Technology Committee, for second reading, we have Ordinance 3089-2023 to authorize the Director of the Department of Technology to enter into a subrecipient agreement, not-for-profit service contract with the Franklin County Education Service Center, and to authorize the expenditure of up to $15,750,443 from the Recovery Fund. On November 2nd, Mayor Ginther and Director Sam Orth with the city's Department of Technology announced a historic investment for council that is proposed for council's passage this evening, aimed at closing our community's digital divide. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the City of Columbus worked with the Columbus Metropolitan Library, the Columbus Foundation, Jewish Family Services, the YWCA, as well as Smart Columbus and other nonprofit organizations to make broadband accessible and affordable. An AECOM study done in 2020 provided that over 77,000 residents of Franklin County do not have access to affordable, high-speed internet. The ordinance before us legislates $15 million from the city's American Rescue Plan Act funding in concert with $5.2 million from our partners at the county to implement solutions in the County Digital Action Agenda. 1/3 of working-age Americans possess limited, if any, digital skills, and 1 in 6 are unable to use email, web search, or other basic online tools, according to the Organization for Economic Operations and Development. As I mentioned at that press conference on November 2nd, this investment is about righting a wrong. It is also about equity and communicating to our Black and brown communities that we see them in the economic future of the city and that they are part of the recipe for our city's growth. Be very clear that the pandemic and access to the internet and digital literacy had a disproportionate impact on our Black and brown communities. And additionally, this will also ensure that our seniors, which are some of our most vulnerable residents, are not left behind in this growing digital age. This initiative will open doors to educational opportunities, job prospects, and economic mobility for those who have been digitally excluded. A digitally inclusive community is better equipped to face the challenges and the opportunities that are before us. As we have seen in the economic development space, Columbus has emerged as a leader in the digital and tech spaces. I would now like to pause and provide an opportunity for Director Orth just to tell us a little bit more about this investment and what it entails, but more importantly about the work that we've been doing to close the digital divide here in Columbus and Franklin County. Director Orth.
Thank you, President Hart and President Pro Tem Dorrance, Chair Bankston, members of council. We're excited to bring forward this historic legislation whose goal is to close the digital divide here in Columbus. Having worked my entire 26 years in government to close the digital divide, I can tell you that investing directly in helping our residents use digital technologies is an economic game changer. We know many of our residents have cell phones, but they don't have residential connectivities or computers or tablets with large screens. Currently, there are over 77,000 residents without access to high-speed affordable internet, and another 66,000 don't have computers. Can you imagine trying to apply for a job or write a term paper using public Wi-Fi at a fast food restaurant using one of these? Pretty difficult, right? It'd be so much easier with a large screen device and high-speed affordable internet at home like many of us have. It's pretty hard to participate in a digital economy if you don't have the tools. This investment is not just funding, but building a sustainable coalition of people to address the challenge of closing the digital divide. It's a huge step forward for our community. And that's what we're investing in, the tools. We're investing in 4 priorities that all work together to close the digital divide. The first is connectivity. We must expand reliable, high-speed residential internet in low-income neighborhoods at an affordable cost. We're focused on our opportunity neighborhoods and Franklin County poverty blueprint areas. We're working to ensure that eligible households are participating in the Affordable Connectivity Program, and we're pleased to report that countywide participation is now at 55%. The second is access to devices. We're providing 10,000 large screen devices to participants in our digital life skills training programs, and we're working with public and private partners to create a sustainable stream of high-quality devices available at low or no cost to qualified residents who need them. We're also investing in digital life skills. By increasing access to digital skills training among community organizations, we will reach residents where they are and provide support that prioritizes residents' individualized needs. We will kick off our Tech Goes Home program in 2024 with 3 to 5 day digital life skills camps, and we will expand our summer tech program to provide science, technology, engineering, art, and math programming for elementary, middle, and high school students. Lastly, we're building a movement. We're investing in 100 community partners and 1,500 digital advocates to raise awareness, develop, support, and deploy this work. And together, that will connect us. I'd like to end by saying we're grateful to our coalition partners who have worked hard to get to this point. We look forward to working with you in the future. And I want to thank Council for your opportunity to speak on this evening on this very important topic and this legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you again, Director Orth, for all the work that you all have put into that digital equity action plan that is countywide. And it's really hard to believe that the 14th largest city in America still has parts of our community that are not connected to high-speed internet and have not only access to the internet, but the proper device. It is critical, and I truly believe that the internet is our 4th utility. It is something that everyone needs access to be able to succeed and to thrive in this new economy. So thank you again for all that you're doing. I'll pause. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues at this point? All righty. I do see that we have one speaker who has signed up to speak on this, Ms. Jordan Davis, who is the Executive Director of Smart Columbus. Welcome back to Council.
Great to be here, Council President Hardin, President Pro Tem Dorrance, Chair Bankston. Thank you for having me. It is great to be with you all today to talk about the important digital inclusion work that needs to get done to meaningfully close the digital divide that silently plagues too many of our neighbors on a daily basis. As was shared by Director Orth, the community has been working in coordination via the Franklin County Digital Equity Coalition to understand the digital divide and respond to the urgent access issues of our community since the onset of the pandemic. Alongside partner organizations like Goodwill, Columbus Jewish Family Services, Columbus Metropolitan Club, or sorry, Columbus Metropolitan Library, Reeb Avenue Center, Columbus Metropolitan Housing Authority, the Columbus Foundation, and so many others, the partners of the Franklin County Digital Equity Coalition have begun piloting innovative ways to meet the long term. We have spoken directly with residents across our community who have firsthand experiences being digitally excluded. Access and use of the internet was expressed as a basic need as important as rent and transportation. It was essential in so many stories of residents' employment, learning, health, and well-being. Community partners have stepped up by introducing new programming by staffing digital navigators at social service agencies, thanks to investments from the Columbus Foundation. They've begun piloting basic skills training programs at Goodwill, Columbus Metropolitan Libraries, Jewish Family Services, ESC, and area schools. There's been testing of emerging low-cost residential internet and assistance with residents in enrolling in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Franklin County Digital Equity Action Plan is responsive to resident voices and the lessons learned from these initiatives across our community organizations. Our learnings about the Digital Navigator programs, device needs, and affordability have advanced conversations at the national and state level about digital equity. This funding that is proposed today from the City of Columbus will accelerate efforts to meet the affordability, device, and skills needs of residents and ensure coordination and implementation. Smart Columbus is ready to humbly serve as the central coordination vehicle to empower many more organizations to join in the movement to achieve digital equity in our community. As Director Orr said, we aspire to have 100 organizations meaningfully acting in this space to close the divides. We anticipate these dollars from the city are a seed to additional public and private investment, as was shared, the county investment to follow, but also federal funding to follow as well towards this work from the state and from the NTIA. We commit to sharing the learnings from Columbus with the nation as part of the National Digital Inclusion Alliance and collaborating closely with our neighboring counties through the Office of Broadband Ohio. As was shared, we would not be here today without the Columbus Metropolitan Library, the Columbus Foundation, and MORPC, who began the Franklin County Digital Equity Coalition, and then today your leadership will be a significant step in transcending the work into implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Davis, for your testimony and for all the work that you're doing. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I did, again, just want to underscore too that it's not mentioned here that this is also a 3-year commitment from the city. So this is not a one-time infusion, but understanding that this is ongoing work that we have to do to make sure that our residents do not miss out on this new economy that is before us, that is already here. So to ensure that young folks that are graduating from Columbus City Schools, our senior residents, those that are re-entering the workforce, have the skills that are necessary, but more importantly, have the tools that are necessary for them to meet this next generation is so critically important, and it is a part of our economic success as well as our equity agenda as a community. So with that, I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. One last ordinance in the Technology Committee for second reading. We have ordinance 3106-2023 to authorize the Director of Finance and Management on behalf of the Department of Technology to associate all general budget reservations resulting from this ordinance with the appropriate purchase agreement with Brown Enterprise Solutions, LLC, an approved reseller of Microsoft products for Microsoft Enterprise Software licensing to authorize the expenditure of $2,127,210.19 from the Information Services Operating Fund and $119,784.32 from the Municipal Court Judge General Fund budget and to declare an emergency. Microsoft Office is the city's technology standard for desktop computing software currently used by approximately 7,800 city employees in their daily businesses. The city also utilizes Microsoft software to support various enterprise applications. This ordinance will enable the city to obtain the latest versions of Microsoft software utilizing a single agreement for the entire city. On September 21st, 2023, the Department of Finance's purchasing office published a RFQ to solicit quotes for a new 3-year Microsoft Enterprise Purchase Agreement. 3 submissions were received: Brown Enterprise Solutions, Dell Technologies, and GovConnect. The purchasing office recommended that the purchase agreement be awarded to Brown Enterprise Solutions, LLC, as the overall lowest responsible, and best bidder. Emergency action is requested to expedite authorization of the established purchase order by December 22nd, 2023, and to process payment due to the new Microsoft Enterprise License contract by January 1, 2024, from the supplier at the price afforded. It's also important to mention that this contract does have MBE participation. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you, Council President. That's all we have in my committees this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask for a motion to recess. We have a pretty lengthy meeting, not recess, to recess this evening. So we're going to take a break now, and then we will reconvene for zoning shortly. Is there a motion to recess? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Recess. Regular meeting number 61 will now come to order. Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal? Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Are there any additions or corrections to the journal? Hearing none, the journal is approved. We'll now go to the zoning committee. Council President Pro Tem Dorans chairs the committee. All members are running. President Pro Tem, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Before we begin tonight's zoning agenda, first a little bit of housekeeping. Would the clerk please read the numbers of legislation in the zoning committee this evening that require waiver of second reading?
3329, 3331, 3332, 3336, 3342, 3273, 3275, 3326, 3327, 3333, 3337, and 3343-2023.
Thank you, Clerk. I now move to waive second reading on those items read aloud.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Waived.
Thank you. Now, allow me to briefly explain our current rules pertaining to speaking before council on rezonings and variances. We will only hear a staff presentation for ordinances that have a disapproval from a recommending body, or if we have a public speaker signed up to speak against an ordinance. We allow 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers against any ordinance. If someone who is signed up to speak on an ordinance is not present, the next person on the list will be called to fill that slot. All speakers on council variances, including city staff, area commissioners, applicants, and members of the public, will be sworn in before they give testimony. Representatives of an area commission and applicants are always able to speak on an ordinance and do not need to fill out a speaker slip. This evening, we have 4 public speaker slips for our agenda here this evening. On the advice of the city attorney's office, I will now swear in city staff. Please stand and raise your right hand. And be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under pains of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please let the record reflect that Tim Dietrich from the Department of Building and Zoning Services and Dan Bleschmidt from the Department of Public Service have been sworn in. Before we move to our agenda, I do want to point out a few items for this body and the public to consider. On our agenda tonight, we'll be considering 12 total ordinances that can pave the way for building 694 new housing units across the city, many being deemed affordable. If approved, these new units would be built in different neighborhoods across the city, including Italian Village, Northland, Near East Side, Far South, Greater Southwest, Westland, Northwest, and Southland. Columbus City Council wanted to make it clear to everyone in our community that affordable housing is for everyone in the city, and it's truly represented here on the agenda here this evening. And while 694 units sounds like a lot, and it is for one night of legislation, that's only 3.5% of the 14,000 to 19,000 housing units we need each year simply to keep pace with the growth of Columbus. Now, with that in mind, we'll move to the legislation in tonight's committee. First, we have Ordinance 3329-2023 to rezone 3200 Bryce Road, being 1.77 plus acres located in the southeast corner of Bryce Road and Refugee Road, from CPD Commercial Plan Development District to CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The site consists of one parcel developed with a vacant commercial building in the Commercial Plan Development District, which allows only retail pharmacy uses. The requested rezoning will allow existing building to be used as a child care facility or other limited C4 commercial district uses. The proposal has approval from City Staff, Development Commission, and Greater Southeast Area Commission. Do my colleagues have any questions, comments? Seeing none, I first move to amend as submitted to the clerk.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Amended.
Thank you. Now I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have Ordinance 3331-2023 to rezone 5757 West Broad Street, being 4.1 acres located in the southeast corner of West Broad Street and Galloway Road, from R Rural District to CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The site consists of one parcel and one portion of another parcel zoned in the R Rural District that are developed with a trailer sales and service facility. The requested rezoning will allow for redevelopment of the site with a convenience store and retail fuel sales and limited outdoor display at this location. The proposal has approvals from City Staff, Development Commission, and the Westland Area Commission. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have Ordinance 3332-2023 to rezone 6425 Pfeiffer Ash Drive, being 7.91 plus acres located in the southeast corner of Agenda Road and Pfeiffer Ash Drive, from PUD 8 Planned Unit Development District to LAR 1 Limited Apartment Residential District. The site consists of one undeveloped parcel, and the requested rezoning will allow a multi-unit residential development with a maximum of 180 units developed in accordance with submitted site plan. The proposal has approval from City Staff, Development Commission, and Greater Southeast Area Commission. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Pass.
Thanks. Next, we have ordinance 3336-2023 to rezone 3680 Westerville Road, being 12.17 plus acres located on the east side of Westerville Road, 700 plus feet north of Woodsage Road from LC2 Limited Commercial District and R1 Residential District to AR1 Apartment Residential District. The requested rezoning will allow a multi-unit residential development with concurrent council variance, demonstrating a 264-unit apartment complex that is fully affordable housing at 60% AMI level. The city staff notes the proposal is compatible with existing adjacent multi-unit residential development and the site's location on a primary corridor. The proposal has approvals from City Staff, Development Commission, Northeast Area Commission. Tonight, we have 4 public speakers signed to speak on the ordinance, 3 against, and 1 for the rezoning request. So we allow for a staff presentation. Mr. Dietrich from the Department of Building and Zoning Services, the floor is yours.
President Harden, Chair Dorans, members of council, the requested AR1 apartment residential district will allow multi-unit residential development with a concurrent council variance demonstrating a 264-unit apartment complex. While the proposal is not consistent with the Northeast Area Plan's land use recommendation for low-density residential, staff notes the proposal is compatible with existing adjacent multi-unit residential development. Staff also recognizes that the site's location on a primary corridor is a mitigating factor to the inconsistency with the recommended land use and supports the proposal. Concurrent CV 23-101 includes variances for reduced parking lot screening, building setback, and perimeter yard to achieve a site design that preserves natural resources, places buildings closer to the street with hidden parking, and provides open space and landscaping. And therefore, City Department's recommendation is for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Any questions from my colleagues for the department at this time? Seeing none, I will invite Mr. David Hodge, the attorney for the applicant, to make a presentation to council. Mr. Hodge, welcome back to council. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. President Harden, Chair Dorans, members of council, David Hodge, attorney for the applicant on this rezoning proposal at 3680 Westerville Road. Chair Dorans, you said as you got started that there were 694 residential units on tonight's agenda. This application represents 264 of that 694 total. You said something else that I want to reiterate to the council, and that is that 100% of these units are all being offered at 60% of AMI, all of them. This is at 3680 Westerville Road on the east side of Westerville Road between Ennis on the south and Morsup to the north. This is a neighborhood, if you've driven over there lately, that really could use this type of investment being proposed here with this. It's been quite an intense process underlying this request with the neighborhood. We met twice with the zoning committee, once with the Walnut Creek Civic Association, and then ultimately with the Northeast Area Commission. When we started in the library where we first met, there were a room full of people. As we continued to actually listen to the concerns that folks in the neighborhood had, that area commission members had, and make modifications to this proposal to address those conditions as we work through the rest of the process, there were very few people in the room at the end. This is here, as Chair Doran said, with a city staff recommendation of approval. It's also here with unanimous approval from the Development Commission, but really the part of this that I'm most proud of is that it's here tonight with a 6-1 vote from the Northeast Area Commission. That's because we took them seriously. We listened. We made pretty radical revisions to this site plan to make it better, to protect the perimeters. I can sit here and go through, spend an hour going through all of the things we did to make this a better development here, but I won't bore you with all that. If anybody has a specific question, we'll get into that. The one thing I do want to say, and the screen's not showing this part of that, but Westerville Road is over here on the left side. The residential perimeters are down in here. You can see Our original proposal had some buildings here. We moved this building way up. We are committing to this site plan, preserving those woods. We committed to do an 8-foot perimeter fence along that residential perimeter. So that's just really one of the many things we did. You know, the other thing is we originally had 6 buildings. We've reduced this down to 3. So I know we have some people here to talk about this. We'll certainly listen to what they have to say, and hopefully I'll have the opportunity to come up and provide some additional information. But this is a great project, 264 units at 60% of AMI in a neighborhood that really could stand for this type of development. This is one that has been this intense process leading up to tonight, but one that I'm particularly proud to have been a part of throughout this, and also particularly proud to have the 6-to-1 support out of the Northeast Area Commission. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Any questions from council colleagues for the applicant's attorney at this time? Seeing none, we'll invite you up after the public speakers. Thank you, Mr. Hodge. The first public speaker we have to come before council on this piece of legislation is Ms. Jamie Robinson. Ms. Robbins, welcome to council. Come up to the podium. Please let us know if you have any relationship with the property, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello, my name is Jamie Robinson. I live at 2626 Stacy Lane. The project will be built basically behind my house. I'm here to read the letter for Commissioner Chanel McDougall-Yakuba, who unfortunately could not be here tonight. She's the Northeast Area Commission Secretary, as well as the Walnut Creek Civic Association Secretary. I am writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed zoning variance for the property located at 3680 Westerville Road, Columbus, Ohio, 43224. This ordinance would allow for the construction of an Elbington Capital Apartment Complex, which I believe would have a negative impact on our community. I would like to take a moment to point out that Elbington Capital and their attorney have made changes to better suit the needs of the community, but have failed to address major concerns, with the most important being the number of units that are proposed for this 12-acre parcel. Another concern is the impact of this development on our already overcrowded community. We are currently experiencing a strain on our existing infrastructure. The addition of this proposal would only exacerbate these problems. The proposal would mean that we would have upwards of 1,500 additional bodies in this area, going to our already failing and overcrowded schools, adding to the copious amounts of traffic, and would increase pedestrian traffic. And this area already has no sidewalks, and there has been no plan from the city proposing sidewalks being added. In addition, I am concerned about the noise pollution that this development would generate. The proposed units would be located in a quiet residential neighborhood, and I am worried about the impacts of increased noise levels on the quality of life for residents, some of which have lived in this area for over 40 years. I am also concerned about the crime that would come to our already established community. This development is proposing low-income housing, and history has proven that these kinds of properties have a history of being a crime magnet due to slumlords, gang activity, and pests. Furthermore, I am concerned about the strain that this development would place on our existing utilities. Our water and sewer systems are already at capacity, with many homeowners facing flooding, in part due to the city of Columbus failing homeowners and allowing additional structures to be built in recent years. We are also facing electricity issues, and our grid has been identified as being overloaded and needing an upgrade. Our electricity is already being supplied from Dublin. This is going to further create a problem for homeowners. I am worried that the addition of this proposal would overload these systems. Finally, I am concerned about the increased traffic that this development would generate. This will be located in a busy area, and I am worried that the addition of more traffic would make it even more difficult to get around. It is a nightmare to turn left out of Woods Edge Drive onto Westerville Road.
Ma'am, you can finish.
Okay. Taking upwards of 15 minutes for one car to turn during rush hours. I invite everyone voting on this zoning variance to come to our neighborhood and attempt to make this turn themselves between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. on a weekday. For all these reasons, I urge you to deny the proposed zoning variance. This development would not be in the best interest of our community, and I believe that it would have a negative impact on our quality of life. We are homeowners that have vested interest in our community. We cannot just get up and leave when this proposed property will be sold off after the developer's tax incentives have run out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Any of my colleagues have any questions or comments for the speaker? Councilmember Favor.
I just want to make sure we're all operating on the same information. 60% of the area median income for an individual is $39,375 in our community. That's a customer service representative. 60% of the area median income for a family of four is $56,213. That's an electrician in Central Ohio. So I just want to make sure often when we're having conversations and we're utilizing phrases like low income and drawing connections to criminal activity, I personally like to push back on those narratives. We are talking about working class individuals that are contributing individuals in our society, and I want to make sure that we are not painting that type of picture in our community.
Thank you, Councilmember. The next speaker to come before council on this piece of legislation is Ms. Mary Logan. Ms. Logan, welcome to council. Thank you. If you wouldn't mind stating your name for the record and any connection you have to the property, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Mary Logan. I live on Red Clover Place. I don't really have a long, drawn-out speech. I just realized I was speaking when I got here. I'm a longtime resident of the neighborhood. I've lived in Walnut Creek for 37 years. I've lived on Red Clover, which actually runs adjacent right up to this property, this development. I'm on the west side of the street, so literally my backyard are the woods that are being removed from by this project. So again, my backyard runs to the woods. It has been, over the past 37 years, a very tranquil and pleasant area. I've enjoyed it. I've never taken it for granted. Certainly, I have to realize that at some point in time, the area would be developed, and I have no issue with that. But my prayer would have been that it was maybe perhaps single-family homes would have been much nicer and would have been conducive to the neighborhood that already exists. My concern is not just for myself, but for the residents of Walnut Creek and for the residents of the immediate area. Another apartment development is just not suitable for this area. I have concerns, and I would, in essence, say no to the Elmington development and no to the city approving such a massive development. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Any questions, council members? Seeing none, I'll invite the next speaker to come before council, Mr. Dan Pearson. Mr. Pearson, welcome to council, sir. Again, if you can just state your name for the record and any relationship you have with the property, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Pearson. I live at and own 3777 Walnut Creek Drive. This letter is from my next door neighbor who is not able to be here, Mr. Donald Cantrell. He writes, thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns in opposition to the proposed zoning variance for the property located at 3680 Westerville Road, Elmington Capital Apartment Complex in Columbus, Ohio. This variance would allow 264-unit construction on a small parcel of land to accommodate approximately 1,500 people or more in a densely populated community. We're currently experiencing traffic congestion north and south on Westerville Road between Ennis and Morris Road. This overflow results in cars using the second entrance into Woods Edge Road to access Walnut Creek. Constant traffic has produced cars being hit even though speed bumps were installed. We've had several fatalities at the intersection of Walnut Creek and Westerville Road, one of which ended with the driver's car overturned and was burned alive. Several of the officers from the Columbus Police Department have indicated that this is the most dangerous intersection in the city of Columbus. The noise level has continued to create a challenge with emergency vehicles traveling down Westerville Road into Walnut Creek subdivision morning and late evening. If this project is approved, there will be an influx of school-age students who will be dropped off and picked up at the site by Columbus City Schools, where no sidewalks and flashing lights will be installed. There have been no substantial commitment from the city or the developer to ensure this will be provided for the safety of our kids. Mr. Cantrell has personally taken videos and pictures of the traffic congestion on Westerville Road and forwarded those to the North Area Commission. Moreover, he has made several requests for the traffic study that was mentioned by the representative of the project to be shared with the Walnut Creek Civic Association without success. His wife and he have lived and owned their home on Walnut Creek Drive for 47 years and are members of the Walnut Creek Civic Association. They have witnessed the oversaturation of apartments, halfway units, and investors purchasing single-family homes for rental. We understand the City of Columbus' mission for providing low-income housing, however, not in a community where it will negatively impact an existing, well-established neighborhood. The representative of this project has assured us that he has already secured commitments from the city to approve this project. It is our hope that you will take a pause and address the concerns of our Walnut Creek Civic Association and some of the allegations regarding management of current properties owned by Elmington Capital. Please vote no. Respectfully, Donald F. Cantrell, Sr. of 3773 Walnut Creek Drive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Any questions, council members? Seeing none, I will call the last public speaker on this ordinance, Ms. Karen Shuri. Welcome to council. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Councilman Dorrance. Thank you, City Council, for allowing us to speak today. My name is Karen Shari. My home is at 3548 Red Clover Place, which is contingent right next door to the property. I also own with my daughter on Stacy Lane, whose backyard is adjacent to the development. Surprisingly, this letter is in support of the Westerville Commons with the following contingencies. The 264 unit should be reduced by at least 15%, with a total of 240 units maximum. No more than 100 3-bedrooms, no more than 15 4-bedroom units. This will reduce the maximum capacity of 1,500 tenants based on Ohio's occupancy rate of 2 persons per room. Zoning plan should be contingent on making this modest reduction. And we speak of 1,500 people, we're speaking of 1,500 trash dumpsters because they had said that they would not do the trash compactors. Thank you very much. Okay. There will be a need for increased public transportation, walkability, pedestrian safety, school bus pickup and drop-off safety, and increased street lighting along Westerville Road. It's very dark. The zoning plan must explain in detail the safety measures that will apply to pedestrians and school children that will utilize public transportation and school buses along Westerville Road. If you've got 3- and 4-bedroom apartments, you're going to have plenty of kids. Currently, Westerville Road, Ennis Road, and a block of Ferris Road towards Cleveland Avenue, they have no safe walkability and very poor street lighting at this time. Westerville Road has no public bus stops between Ennis Road and north to Walnut Creek Drive. With the new planned Westerville Commons housing complex targeted at moderate and affordable housing population, public transportation and pedestrian walkability and school bus stops will be critical resources needed for the community and must be planned accordingly. Mr. Daniel Moorhead in Transportation under the Public Safety Department had a statement in a response letter to the rezoning application that the plan should accommodate pedestrians and school bus stops, and it must be in the development plan. So I have yet to see these two things appear in the plan. This would be contingent towards moving forward, as he said. Safety is a primary concern for constituents. Finally, we are concerned about the increased traffic that Westerville Commons development would generate. Aside from the traffic study, there is a direct observation by daily commuters that are affected by the peak hour traffic. Accidents, disorderly drivers, and minor misses. There is a semi-trailer truck lot just south of the planned housing complex, which adds to the traffic congestion. The studies do not always pick up the anomalies that are seen and witnessed directly by the citizens. This project would be located in a busy area on Westerville Road. We are worried that the addition of more traffic would make it even worse and difficult to navigate. It is a nightmare to turn left out of Woods Edge Drive onto Westerville Road, taking up to 15 minutes of time trying to do that. Traffic is not just simply annoying, it's a health risk. In urban surveys, traffic concerns exceed those pertaining to personal safety, financing, and housing costs. The total cost of traffic associated with lost time and wasted fuel exceeds $100 billion per year. As time slips away, idling vehicles add pollution, which has an environmental and health consequence, including contributing to climate change. Long-term exposure to vehicle exhaust is associated with respiratory problems, especially in children. Another thing is the toll on psychological well-being stemming from the sense of helplessness we experience in traffic. It's unpredictable, you have road rage, you have increased accidents, and you have driver distraction. And this toll can be quantifiable. The mayor has said that his focus is on housing, transit, safety, and part of that is for pedestrians. And so all three must be in sync. At this time, Westerville Commons development plan should be contingent on meeting the safety criteria of the traffic and the pedestrians. And the only final thing I wanted to say is Elmington Capital did submit to us a written suggestion of signing a good faith neighbor agreement with Walnut Creek. They mentioned Northeast Area Commission, but I think it needs to be with the Walnut Creek Civic Association so that we can work together in the future to make sure tabs are taken care of and it's being managed properly throughout the site. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? Thank you. And I do also want to thank the Walnut Creek Civic Association for having me out last week to talk through some of these issues at the meeting, because there's a number of outstanding issues and there's still more things to work through. But thank you again for that invitation. Appreciate everyone being
And
here
I
tonight.
appreciate you coming. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Yep. This time I want to invite Mr. Hodge, the representative for the applicant, to come back and address anything that he'd like to.
Well, I got to admit, I got a little excited when I heard that there were 3 speakers in opposition and 1 in support. And then Ms. Shari marked support and then spoke in opposition, but I love Ms. Shari. We've developed a relationship over time and have one that kind of predates the meeting tonight. The density being proposed here is 21.8 dwelling units an acre, not that dense of a site. The impetus for this, and you can see it's a little bit of an unusual shape. Ebenezer Methodist Church owns the entirety of this property. Ebenezer Methodist is selling off this portion so that they can do their church facility on this southern portion of the property. You can see here that there's residential along the south of that, which will all be protected by that church and recreational facility there. Along this portion of the southern perimeter and this eastern perimeter, we are preserving these woods because this is a site plan commitment. And we are also building that 8-foot fence. That's a setback of 130 feet to the south and 150 feet to the east. In terms of schools, we actually reached out to Columbus Public. We have a commitment for my client Elmington Capital's 501c3 affiliate called Elmington Elevates to reach out to Columbus Public and participate with them in whatever charitable endeavor is appropriate here. This did undergo a traffic access study. There will be road improvements made to Westerville Road to mitigate the increase in traffic occurring as a result of this development. Sidewalks. We worked early and often with the city's planning department on this, and you can see here somewhat, this white line around the perimeter of the parking field starts from the eastern portion of the property, extends all the way out to Westerville Road. Out along Westerville Road, we're building a shared use path. So not just a sidewalk, but a shared use path. I readily admit the pedestrian situation out on Westerville Road is not great, but you got to start someplace, and we're starting here. The reason we're doing the shared use path and not a sidewalk is because we worked with traffic management initially. We actually, one of Ms. Shari's suggestions to incorporate a flashing pedestrian beacon so that pedestrians could cross Westerville Road. A lot going on there, so in lieu of that, we committed to do the shared use path out along the frontage. That's on the site plan. It's a commitment in this zoning. I talked about the setbacks. I know that some of the opposition talked about noise. We have significant setbacks here and a wall, so there's going to be a woods and an 8-foot fence between us and the residential perimeters and a church. So I don't think we're going to have any increase in noise here to these neighbors. The crime issue, I'll rest on what Councilmember Favor had to say in response to that. Actually, I won't. I'm going to say a little bit more. We committed to lighting. We committed to cameras. We committed that if crime would ever be an issue, we will hire off-duty moonlighting police officers or security. We also committed to a good neighbor agreement with the Northeast Area Commission, and in that good neighbor agreement, Elmington Capital agreed to come back to the Northeast Area Commission upon request as a check-in. If something's amiss, if something's afoul, Elmington will come in and check in. That's because they're not going to build this and lease this up and flip this. They are a long-term hold. They will hold this a minimum of 15 years. Likely longer, but a minimum of 15 years. With reference to electricity, we actually had our civil engineer reach out to the electric provider, Ample Electricity. With reference to city utilities, ample sanitary sewer, ample water, so no issues there. This last part is that folks have said that I've said that this is absolutely going to get approved. Never said that, never have said anything like that in my life. I work hard to listen to people, to come to an accord, to incorporate suggestions to make a project better. I've often said that the Area Commission project does work because the development that is ultimately presented before City Council is a much better development as a result of neighbor input and as a result of a willing developer to listen and to incorporate those revisions and modifications to a plan, and that is exactly what has happened here. I will stop there and do my best to answer any questions anyone on council has.
Sure. Councilmember Barosa de Padilla.
Mr. Hodge, when was the traffic study completed? Do you know?
When?
Yeah. About what time?
It was at least a couple of months ago,
Okay.
Councilmember Barosa de Padilla. It was a traffic access study. I'm sure Mr. Bleckschmidt has a better grasp of that, but it was studied per their memorandum of understanding and fully approved between our traffic engineer and the city's traffic engineers.
And how long, if this would pass, what would be the timeline from the time you start the project to the time the project would be?
Mr. Bleckschmidt's going to have a better answer to that question than I am, but I believe the way that works is that the road improvements have to be made before a certificate of occupancy is issued for habitability in one of the residential units.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Bankston.
I think you answered some of my questions, but there were a couple other ones. So the sidewalks, which being a shared use path, in your talks with the planning division or public service, is there any plans for long-term extension of that multi-use path to connect to, say, our bikeways that are really prevalent in this area?
So what we were able to do is really only what's on our property. So we are extending the shared use path here from the southern limits to the northern limits. It won't be extended off-site. You know, we worked somewhat closely with Recreation and Parks on this and a lot of back and forth, primarily because originally there was some confusion thinking that this was a portion of the property because that's a stream corridor through there and some thought that a trail could come down through there. But all we are able to do is what's on the site, and that's the sidewalk from the eastern perimeter to the western perimeter and the shared use path.
Yeah, and that's pretty standard now in development practices across the city. When a new development goes up, we're at least putting in sidewalks in front of that development. But I think the larger plan and why I asked that is because in many cases, we're looking at those critical corridors to be able to finish out that infrastructure. One thing that was also mentioned that I always want to get to the heart of, can you go over what the unit mix is? How many of 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3?
I've got to bring up my colleague to answer
Okay.
that question. Yep, it is 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s in this. So we have a mixture. I don't know exactly what the breakdown is, Councilmember Bankston. I'm not sure Joe will either, but come up, Joe.
And then as he's coming up, I would imagine, Columbus City Schools pickup spot would be on this new multi-use path, or somewhere probably even in the complex, not necessarily on Westerville Road.
So let me answer that before we go over to Joe. So we talked both with CODA. Right now, there's not CODA service up Westerville Road, but that's a chicken or egg situation, right? I mean, they got to have the rooftops to serve before they're going to go increase their service, and Columbus Public. And if it could be accommodated, if a pickup zone could be accommodated somewhere out here along the frontage, Elmington Capital has indicated a willingness to dedicate that right of way and work with folks to increase that infrastructure.
Great, thank you for that.
Bedroom mix.
Tell
them who you are.
Joe Horowitz, Elmington Capital Group, the applicant for this rezoning. To answer your question directly, it's I think it's 28 1-bedroom units, 93 2-bedroom units, 117 3-bedroom units, and 26 4-bedroom units.
Got it.
So it's about 10% 1-bedrooms, 10% 4-bedrooms, and then it's around I think it's about 35% 2s and 40% 3s, somewhere in that range.
Got it. No, thank you.
Don't check my math on that. I might have had a percent or two off.
Yeah, no, I just was interested in what that mix is. I mean, I know for us, there is a drastic need for 3-bedrooms and particularly 4 bedrooms to accommodate families. So I just wanted to understand what that mix was. Thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry, I just wanted to add one, Councilmember Bankston. So as we're rolling out the Bike Plus plan, yes, that is a possibility that they could be connected. I also want to commend our resident who came up to talk about a shared use path, because we've been having more conversations about that to ensure that as we are building sidewalks, it often seems like we're building sidewalks to nowhere, and that helps us with because we're woefully under sidewalked as a city. And so as part of the development plan, we're putting in sidewalks with the idea that at some point, as the area continues to develop, we would backfill some of those sidewalks, add in ADA ramps, et cetera. So you see that often around the city. And so shared use paths are key for us, because as we think about mobility and ensuring that people can get around safely, whether they're pedestrian or cyclists, that's big. So I just want to commend you on making that a suggestion as part of the plan. And the reason I asked about the traffic study is because, as we know, especially when we have that sort of impact in a specific area where we have had historically, I'm not sure, I'd be speaking out of turn if I told you where the Westerville Road is on the high injury network, but we know that infrastructure follows once we start to develop those things. So some of the concerns that we have today are things that will begin to be addressed and will be addressed, as Mr. Hodge stated, in preparation for the development that comes into that area. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Remy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the residents that came down and spoke to this evening. I mean, they're absolutely right. There's no pedestrian. I travel these roads every single day, and certainly all the roads they mentioned, there needs to be a lot of help. So I applaud you for at least putting in the shared use path, and hopefully the church will do the same, and so on and so forth as we see that get more developed. I was just curious what the amenities are at this complex.
Sure. So the amenities at this project are much like the amenities at all of Elmington's projects, which are targeted towards this resident unit mix. It will include an exercise facility. It will include a community room. It'll include a business facility as well, with computers and office equipment, so that individuals can go and conduct their own business, apply for jobs, do internet research, things of that nature. We have outdoor playgrounds and tot lot, outdoor sitting areas, and then green open space.
Yeah, I noticed some of the green there in the northeast corner, so, okay. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Any other questions? Councilmember Mitch Brown.
The only thing that I'm able to say about that, Councilmember Brown, is that we took that comment in when it came up at a neighborhood level. We tasked our civil engineer with reaching out to the electric provider, and the electric provider assured the civil engineer that the grid to serve this property is more than adequate. So no issue with that facility here.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other members? Mr. Hodge, so again, I think you referenced earlier, and I've had some conversation with the Civic Association, the Air Commission as well, that the amount of changes that sort of went through the process. I was wondering if you could highlight some of those higher level changes that were made to the proposal as this worked through the community process.
Sure. So as you can see from this site plan, this is now 3 buildings. When we originally filed this application, it was a total of 6 buildings with this building, a building generally here, a building generally here, and then 3 buildings down here in this southeast corner. So a pretty radical revision to get rid of those 3 buildings, consolidating into 6. When we did that and addressed this portion of the site plan, consolidating everything into this building and the others, we were able to create this open space area down here, preserve those woods, which is a commitment on the site plan, and also commit to the 8-foot fence. We also originally, over on this east side, you see this sort of hammerhead configuration here. We originally had an emergency access going over to the east through the apartment complex, which gave folks some heartburn. Those were legitimate questions. So we were able to remove that emergency access, with the emergency access now being over here on the west side. There's an architectural character exhibit in your package. We were criticized at our initial meeting about the architecture feeling very institutional, so we pretty radically revised the architectural character of the buildings. Oh gosh, I don't know, Mr. Dorans, if that's enough. We could certainly talk about many, many more.
Sure, thank you. Any other questions or comments of the applicant at this time? Thank you. This is not so much a question for the applicant, but just sort of a statement. And I know this is one thing that I spoke with the Civic Association. I met with them. They will need to demonstrate to the Department of Public Utilities that they can keep this development at pre-development levels from stormwater runoff. Anytime we're talking about development of green space, obviously there is natural questions around flooding, and considering that there's been a number of issues there locally that my office is working through right now to identify some issues from some smaller scale development. They cannot get a permit to build this unless they can demonstrate to the city that they can achieve not increasing any additional flooding within the areas. So I think that's something that, again, has come up in additional conversations, and I don't know if the applicant has any additional comments on that, but that is a pretty stringent barrier towards this project coming out of the ground. If they can't demonstrate that they can do that, they're not going to get the permits to build the project. And again, I don't know.
That's absolutely right. The city of Columbus, as you all well know, is under pretty strict guidance in terms of how stormwater is treated. We cannot, and nobody can increase the flow of stormwater off-site 1 drop. We have to accommodate all of the water that's coming on. We have to treat it on site for quantity, for quality, before it gets released back into the storm sewers or into the creeks. That will absolutely happen here with Elmington Capital's civil engineers under the strictures of the stormwater manual and reviewed and approved by the city's engineers as well.
Thank you. Any other questions from council members for the applicant at this time? Seeing none, thank you. Again, I want to say thank you to the residents that have engaged in this process. I think when we talk about, affordable housing at council, this is something that comes up with every single member, every single time we're out in the community. We're talking about 264 units of desperately needed housing in our community. Talking about people that are making between $40,000 and $60,000 on an annual basis. Those are folks like teachers and legal assistants and customer service reps, all kinds of folks that need to have a house over their head. You know, when I took over the zoning committee, we articulated 9 different priorities that this council would review projects on. This project meets every single one of those priorities that was articulated by this body. Finally, I want to read comments from the Northeast Area Commission from their vote on November 2nd. Quote, "The Northeast Area Commission approves the council variance and rezonings with a majority yes vote. The commission felt the difficulty and complexity of this application was a challenge for both the developers and the neighborhood constituents. The demands from the Walnut Creek Civic Association, occupants, neighbors, etc., were many, but were received respectfully by the developer and the representing attorney. After much discussion, the majority of the commissioners felt that a sincere effort was made to meet the housing demands of the community and produce a viable and appealing product for the area," end quote. There is no perfect housing project in Columbus. There's no perfect site. To Councilmember Barosa de Padilla's point earlier, investment in infrastructure in neighborhoods follows increased development within the areas. And without that increased development, you're not going to see the infrastructure upgrades to make sure that these are good housing options for folks in our community. But at this time, I believe that this project is ready to move forward to make sure that we're bringing valuable housing online for members of our community. With that, I'll pause to see if there's any questions or comments from council members at this time. Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3342-2023, rezone 4025 South High Street, being 7.6 plus acres located in the west side of South High Street, 880 plus feet south of Obetz Road from LC4 Limited Commercial District to AR2 Apartment Residential District. The site consists of one undeveloped parcel. Ordinance number 1970-2022 was approved on the site for multi-unit residential development with up to 300 dwelling units and was supported to assist in the state funding application process, subject to completion of a rezoning application to an appropriate zoning district. The requested rezoning in this ordinance fulfills that condition. The proposal has full approvals from City Staff, Development Commission, and FAR South Area Commission. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Next, moving into the council variances portion of our agenda. First, we have ordinance 3273-2023 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.039 R4 residential district, 3333.025 AR2 apartment residential district uses, 3312.13B driveway, 3312.21 D1 landscaping and screening, 3312.25 maneuvering, 3312.29 parking space, 332101 dumpster area, 332105 vision clearance, 3332.21 D building lines, 3332.26 F minimum side yard permitted, 3333.18 building lines, 3333.22 maximum side yard permitted, 3333.23 minimum side yard permitted, and 3333.24 rear yard of the Columbus City Codes for the property located at 1068 North 6th Street to allow mixed residential development with reduced development standards in the R4 residential district with AR2 apartment residential district, and repeal ordinance number 1863-2015 passed July 27, 2015. The site consists of 7 undeveloped parcels and includes an 8th parcel consisting a 7-unit apartment building with a carriage house, as permitted by ordinance number 1863-2015. The requested council variance will allow new multi-unit residential development in Area A totaling 50 units and maintains the existing apartment building and carriage houses in Area B with a dumpster in Area B to serve both areas. The council variance is requested because R4 district does not allow a 40-unit apartment building and the R2 district does not allow a 7-unit apartment building and carriage house in the same lot. The proposal has approvals from city staff and the Italian Village Commission. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I first move to accept the entire staff report and new evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Accept it.
Thank you. Next, I move to adopt the findings of staff, the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Adopt it.
Thank you. And finally, move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3275-2023 to grant a variance provisions of section 3365.01 M1 Manufacturing District, 3345.13 Height District, the Columbus City Codes, so property located at 4625 Westerville Road to allow public park uses in the M1 Manufacturing District with an increased building height in the PUD Planned Unit Development District. The site consists of 5 parcels. 1 parcel developed with a private sports park. 1 parcel is a former rail right-of-way. 2 parcels are undeveloped, and 1 parcel is developed with a manufacturing building. The applicant requests a council variance to allow redevelopment of the site with a public park. A council variance is required because a public park is not a permitted use in the M1 district. Including this request is a variance to increase the allowable building height for field lighting and installation of a temporary sports dome. A proposal has approval from city staff and the Northland Community Council. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Accept it.
Thank you. Next, move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Adopt it.
And finally, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3326-2023 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.035 R3 Residential District, 3312.21B Landscaping and Screening, 3312.27 Parking Setback Line, 3321.03 Lighting the Columbus City Coast for property located at 586 Seymour Avenue to legitimize a non-accessory parking lot with reduced development standards in the R3 Residential District. The requested council variance will legitimize the existing parking lot, which was established without a certificate of zoning clearance. The proposal has approval from city staff and the Near East Area Commission. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I first move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Clerk, accept it.
Next, I move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Adopt it.
Thank you. And finally, move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3327-2023 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.033 R2 Residential District and 3312.49C minimum number of parking spaces required of the Columbus City Codes for the property located at 383 Heartland Drive to allow a shared living facility for 10 occupants with reduced parking in the R2 Residential District. The requested council variance will allow a dwelling to be used as a shared living facility with a maximum occupancy of 10 people. The proposed housing is intended to keep young mothers and their children out of homeless shelters and includes a 24 on-site supervision. A council variance is required because of a shared living facilities prohibited in the R2 district. The proposal has approvals from city staff and the Far South Area Commission. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I first move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Accept it.
Next, I move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Adopt it.
And finally, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thanks. Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3333-2023 to grant a variance provisions of section 3309.14 Height District, 3321.05A2 Vision Clearance, 3333.18C Building Lines, and 333.25 Perimeter Yards of the Columbus City Codes for the property located at 6425 Fiver Ash Drive to allow reduced development standards for an apartment complex in the LAR1 Limited Apartment Residential District. This is a companion variance to the rezoning we heard earlier, ordinance 3332-2023. For a multi-unit residential development containing up to 180 units. Proposal has approvals from city staff and the Greater Southeast Area Commission. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I first move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Accept it.
Thank you. Next, I move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Adopt it.
Thank you. And finally, move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3337-2023 to grant a variance provisions of section 3312.21D1 parking lot screening 3333.18 building lines and 3333.255 perimeter yards of Columbus City Codes of property located at 3680 Westerville Road to allow reduced development standards for the apartment complex in the AR1 apartment residential district. This is the companion variance we heard to the rezoning 3336-2023. We passed a little while ago for a multi-unit residential development containing up to 264 units, all affordable housing. The proposal has approvals again from city staff and the Northeast Area Commission. Do my colleagues have questions or comments? Seeing none, I first move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Accept it.
Thank you. I next move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Adopt it.
Thank you. I next move to amend as submitted to clerk.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed. Or amended.
Yep. And now I move for passage as amended.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
And finally, we have ordinance 3343-2023 to grant a variance provisions of sections 3333.25 AR2 Apartment Residential District uses, 3312.21A landscaping and screening, 3312.49 minimum number of parking spaces required, and 3333.18 building lines, and 3333.255 perimeter yard of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 4025 South High Street to allow commercial vehicular access and parking to reduce development standards to apartment complex in the AR2 Apartment Residential District. Again, this is a council companion variance to the rezoning we heard earlier, 3342.23, for a multi-unit residential development with up to 300 dwelling units. Proposal has, again, approval from city staff and Far South Area Commission. I first move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Accept it.
I next move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Adopt it.
And I finally move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you, Council President. That's all we have on the zoning agenda tonight.
See no further business come before the zoning committee. Is there a motion to adjourn? Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
The meeting is adjourned. We'll reconvene meeting number 60 in 5 minutes when the directors reconvene. Call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Meeting is reconvened. The next committee to come before council is the Public Service and Transportation Committee chaired by Councilmember Barosa de Padilla. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. I have two ordinances today in public service and transportation. The first is Ordinance 3143, 2023, to amend the 2023 capital improvement budget to authorize the Director of Public Service to enter into contract with Complete General Construction Company for the bridge rehabilitation annual citywide contract project to authorize the expenditure of up to $1,415,674.47 from the Streets and Highways Bond Fund for the project and to declare an emergency. This is an annual project that Public Service takes on for the bridges that we help to maintain. The contract includes the maintenance and major repairs of several bridges over the city of Columbus at the following locations: High Street over the Convention Center Drive, Groves Road over Mason Run, Leonard Avenue over Norfolk Southern, and Columbus and Ohio River Railroad. The types of work may include, but are not limited to, concrete patching, expansion joint repairs, waterproofing, light repairs, asphalt repairs, bearing rehab, bridge painting, site prep, and other work as may be necessary. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next ordinance is 3178, 2023, to amend the 2023 capital improvements budget to authorize the transfer of funds and appropriation within the Streets and Highways Bond Fund with the Polaris Interchange Fund to appropriate funds within the Polaris Interchange Fund to authorize the transfer of funds between projects within the Polaris Interchange Fund to authorize the Director of Public Service to enter into a contract modification with Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated for the roadway improvements Sanctus Boulevard widening project to authorize the expenditure of up to $1,498,509.06 from the Polaris Interchange Fund and the Streets and Highways Bond Fund to pay for this contract and to declare an emergency. This project consists of the design of complete streets improvements to Sanctus Boulevard from Worthington Woods Boulevard to Lozelle Road. Improvements include pavement widening to add a center turn lane where necessary, pavement rehabilitation, shared use paths, sidewalk, traffic signals replacements, and street lighting. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Thank you. Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you, Council President. May I move to rules and reference?
Please.
Thank you. So if we could go back to page 13 in Rules and Reference under first reading, it is Ordinance 2700-2023 to amend Title 39 and Chapter 329 of the Columbus City Codes and to repeal certain existing sections of Title 39 and Chapter 329 in order to update, clarify, and strengthen code regarding the operations of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and its programs. So I know we have several speakers on the topic, so I'm going to give a little bit of context. I'm also going to have our Director of Diversity and Inclusion share some context. We will go to speakers. I've partnered with Councilmember Bangston on this piece of legislation. Councilmember Bangston will speak. We'll open it up for questions. Here we go. In September, Council held 2 opportunities for public input, and staff have made themselves available for inquiry regarding the changes to Title 39, which governs the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. These changes ensure that all minority business owners operating legally in the United States of America and the state of Ohio have equal access to certification programs within the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. In 2017, Mayor Ginther issued an executive order which City Council codified in Section 16110 that prohibits denying city services based on citizenship status. This code was put into place to ensure that there is equity and safety in our community. 16110 channels the city's spirit of inclusivity, community, and aims to combat discrimination in the city of Columbus. Title 39 is in direct policy conflict, and these changes are necessary to comply with the policy mandates of City Code 16110. The City of Columbus has set minority goals monitored by the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, which includes equity, supplier, and workforce diversity. These goals were created to allow for equity and access for women, veteran, and minority-owned businesses to be awarded city contracts. The first two changes of the 6 that are being proposed this evening strive to expand and promote opportunity. These changes include the removal of citizenship inquiry and expands the geographical definition of a small business that reflects Central Ohio's collective economy. The 4 other changes are adding clarity of process and eligibility, such as clarifying qualifications for certification to verify the status and legitimacy of a minority-owned, women-owned, or veteran-owned small business, as well as adding 1-year establishment requirement of a business and a 1-year moratorium for reapplying after denial. Lastly, it's important to note that these changes will allow a reevaluation and reauthorization of the Title 39 programs on a 5-year basis. These changes are a best practice seen in large cities that have incorporated the elimination of citizenship status in their practices, including cities like Cincinnati that are experiencing growth in emerging communities. It also helps to broaden the pool of qualified business to promote partnership and access for small businesses that might not otherwise have the capacity to meet large contracts. The intention of this legislation is not to dilute opportunities for Black, African American, or other minority businesses, but ensures that all residents have access to city resources that they are entitled to and strengthens ODI's ability to serve our residents. We remain committed to removing all barriers that systemic racism has put in the way of our residents. I'd like to stop there and hand it over to Director Jenkins if there's anything you'd like to add that I might have missed in the overview of the changes, or if there is anything that you would like to share regarding business certification and access to city contracts. Director Jenkins.
Councilmember Barosa de Padilla, council members, President Harden. Thank you very much. We will continue to certify minority-owned business, women-owned businesses. In that certification process, we do go through a rigorous focus on the business ownership as well as the operation of the business and who is operating that business. That will not change through this process. Codes 1, 2, 4, and 5 that you mentioned are looking at how we're growing as a city and how expansive we are, and we need to be nimble and move with that city, with the city's growth. Codes 3 and 6 will be looking at how we are staying in compliance with our previous codes, as well as making sure that we are looking for the future and staying connected with federal and state codes.
The other question I wanted to just ensure that there's clarity on is, aside from the 2 biggest changes, aside from some timeline changes in terms of clarity of process with the 1 year being in business, with the 1 year waiting for if you were denied, and then there's one other classification in terms of like an employee-owned, I think, process. Can you talk for just a second about the differentiation of small local businesses versus small regional businesses, because that's also an expansion of who would then also be able to get certified that would not have been able to get certified before?
So for some clarity around that, we were originally looking at small local businesses, and there was no definition to small local businesses, so we defined that as our regional program. We are looking at businesses that are at a revenue of $1 million and less than 25 employees. Those businesses in that region, because we are expanding in the way that we're growing, we want to make sure that we're inclusive of those businesses. It will not have a designation by identity, but only revenue and employee size. And we'll be working with those businesses to expand those businesses, grow them, and develop them like we do all the businesses that come through the city
And they
of
would
Columbus.
include folks outside of Franklin County, correct?
Correct.
That's the biggest.
Yep.
Okay. Do my colleagues have questions for Director Jenkins? Councilmember Bankston?
Just one question, Director. I know this came up in our public hearing, but could you also clarify there's a piece of this that I think is really the strongest change, which is codifying and giving us the ability to update the disparity study, which gives us the ability to have these requirements and set these goals. Could you talk a little bit about that piece of these changes?
Yes, so with our disparity study, we know that the data needs to be refreshed. And so with this particular piece of legislation, what we will do is we'll refresh the data and bring that data to City Council to make sure that it is reauthorized every 5 years by City Council.
Got it. And then again, just to clarify on the, I think, question around citizenship, this change in no way changes who is legally able to do business in the United States and the state of Ohio. Is that correct?
That is correct. We will only certify businesses that are eligible to do business and perform work in the state of Ohio, and we will be requiring all business owners, they must have citizenship or lawfully permanent residence of the United States.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions before I move to public commentary? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will, just a reminder to all of our speakers, I think many of you have been to council before, so welcome back to council. So just as a reminder, when you come up to the podium, please state your name, any affiliations that you are representing this evening, and then if you are for or against the ordinance, and then just as a reminder, you have 3 minutes to speak. So first up, we have Lawrence Alls, and then following Lawrence, we have Judith Cockrell. And I apologize if I mispronounce anyone's names. Please be sure to correct me.
Good evening, council persons. I'm trying to be politically correct. There are men and women. My name is Lawrence Alls, and I chair the Economic Development Committee for the Columbus Branch 3177. I was listening to the remarks, then I'm going to read what I came to say. But there's a central question that deals with the role of what I call the indigenous black person in this country. And it seems as though the effects of slavery are missing in policy and procedures. So, it says, after considerable thought and review of the attacks on legislation to address the effects of slavery and general systemic injustice, this proposed legislation not only dilutes the opportunities for the descendants of American slaves and citizens and legal residents of the city of Columbus in particular, but also does not focus on the development of the capacity to fulfill the opportunities the city of Columbus has within its purview. As importantly, the dilution by the inclusion of groups that have not proven historic or current discrimination, by legislation or programs to right wrongs and to create a level playing field, this process loses moral, legal authority and public support. That's why we're here. It is a very historic and sensitive change to geographically say that the city of Columbus needs to include businesses from Westerville, Hilliard, and all the rest, and further dilute the opportunities for a struggling, and if we look at any statistics, we will see how small the pool of African American businesses are. That's where I would like to conclude. The legislation is flawed, not by its intent to correct some legal definitions or to be inclusive, but it ignores the historical reality that the African American business person experiences. And it is different than any other group, except perhaps Native Americans, in this society. I would hope that you are sensitive to and aware of that difference, and let's repair this legislation by tabling it, except for those two parts that must be dealt with, as I understand it, by the city attorney. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions?
I don't think there's any questions, but Director Jenkins, is there a point that you want to clarify? And I think around this regional business certification, Mr. Alls, you do bring up a good point.
Right.
But those regional businesses don't necessarily count towards minority goals. It is only a way for us to recognize them, but I'll let Director Jenkins share more.
And that is correct, Councilmember Bankston. We will only certify those businesses not by identity, but only by the revenue and by employee size.
Well, if I may, that's the point that I'm making. By revenue size, the whole point of the civil rights movement was to acknowledge that it is not just an issue of size and revenue, because in the business world, there are other dynamics at play, and race does still matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alls. I do want to, thank you. I was, Judith, you can make your way, Ms. Cockrell, you can make your way up. I think, did you have another question? I'm sorry. No?
No, I just want to, again, clarify that we recognize that. But for us, we want to ensure that minorities in the city of Columbus count towards those goals. So when we set an MBE goal, the business has to be in the city still. When we're recognizing these businesses that are outside of the city, it's just a regional distinction. So they wouldn't count towards those minority goals. So therefore, still creating opportunities.
Sincerely, I understood, but therefore, why would they need to be designated if they're already able to compete?
Okay.
You know, if they already have that right, then all they have to do it. But there is some implication in their designation. So as I said, there's nothing inherently wrong with elements of the proposed legislation. It is a serious dilution of a pool of businesses that are already struggling to have any substantial role in the economic development activity of the city. And I would like for the council to table it so that a better understanding of those elements are addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Alls. Director Jenkins, I just want to ensure that we just put a fine point on this. What was the impetus, the strategy behind broadening it outside of Franklin County?
So prior to the disparity study being enacted, we were already working with regional businesses in all 5 contiguous counties. Also all minority businesses as well as any business. With the disparity study, it excluded about 77 small minority and women-owned businesses that were no longer within Franklin County. What the small business, regional business program will do is identify those programs and make sure that we can make sure to provide resources and services as they grow and develop, hopefully to expand them back into the city of Columbus.
Thank you. Thank you.
Last point, if I may. That was the
Last point,
that I was
Mr.
trying
Alls,
to
because I
make.
just want to make sure we still
Thank
have
you.
5 other speakers. Thank you. I appreciate you. I want to go back to the city attorney for just a second, because while we talked about this, can you just point to the legality, just so we are all on the same page, of the two pieces of code that are in opposition of each other right now?
Okay. Thank you, Chair Barosa de Padilla. I believe you're asking a question regarding the provisions of Columbus City Code 161.10 versus what's in Title 39. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what is in Columbus City Code 161.10 came out of an initiative that was originally an executive order that was then codified by this council, and it required city employees to not take into consideration, to not ask individuals who are seeking benefits or services from the city about their immigration status. So that's what's currently in City Code in 161.10. What's currently in Title 39 is that there is an obligation for the employees of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion to make inquiries of individual entities that are seeking to be certified as either a minority or women-owned business for purposes of minority and business certification as to whether or not the owners are in fact U.S. citizens. And so there's a certain level of conflict there between the obligations and requirements that are in one provision of City Code and the obligations and requirements upon the employees of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and indeed upon the individuals seeking certification in Title 39.
Thank you. So it does not change the definition of who would be considered a minority by the definition of how they define it within the code in Title 39. All it is removing the citizenship status.
That's correct. The definition of minority has not changed. The only thing that has changed is whether or not that individual is required to be a U.S. citizen.
Meaning that you could have a green card or be a permanent resident and lawfully be able to own a business, still have a minority status, and be able to participate in the benefits of Title 39 as a resident of Columbus.
That's correct. You would have to be able to be lawfully own and operate a business in the state of Ohio, which would require you to be a legal citizen, or legal resident, I'm sorry.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Council President Harden, Ski-Fi, Council, and all council members. Thank you for your commitment to strengthening the City of Columbus Code and creating an environment that is inclusive for all minorities. Hello, I'm Judith Cockrell, Executive Director of Elevate Northland, a community development corporation. I'm a proud graduate of Columbus Public Schools and The Ohio State University. I've lived and worked abroad in the Far East and Middle East. Prior to Elevate Northland, I was the Director of Operations for the National Minority Supply Development Council. I received my MBA from Halt International in Dubai, and I am certified in teaching English to speakers of other language with a specialization in business. Uplift people and create opportunities is the mission of Elevate Northland. Our vision is for Northland to be seen as a cultural destination within a connected community. We embrace and support neighbors who enrich our community. We support diverse people meeting and working together. We help residents and small businesses achieve success. We cultivate space for celebration, connections, and cultural traditions. We connect residents and businesses with the resources they need to be successful. Build, educate, grow, invest, and nurture. Begin is our training program targeted to support the learning curve of doing business in the United States. This program assists participants in developing a business acumen that includes planning, marketing, financial management, and business certification. Next year, in partnership with Ethiopian Tawahedo Social Services, an organization created to improving the quality of life of immigrants and refugee families in Central Ohio, we will begin with CLASS. CLASS is Culturally and Linguistically Appropriate Services. Elevate Northland serves a diverse and culturally inclusive community of businesses and families in the Northland area and beyond. Elevate Northland believes that supporting entrepreneurs and residents creates a stable foundation that leads to greater economic prosperity. Elevate Northland has offered a business academy in Northland since 2019. Our leadership has strong background in minority business development, both personally and professionally, through my experience with the National Minority Supply Development Council, the National Association with Business Owners, which is my board chair, who is a member, and she is also the president of the Northland Area Business Association. Elevate Northland is converting a 46,000 square foot warehouse into a dynamic space that promotes growth, connectivity, and access. Among Columbus's neighborhoods, Northland has the highest concentration of immigrants and refugee residents. Immigrant and refugee businesses employ 23,000 people and contribute $1.6 billion to the Columbus economy. In the last 10 years, the number of minority residents grew from 30%, with approximately 65,000 of the 102,000 people in Northland belonging to a minority group. Nearly 75% of the people who we serve are part of this community and are low-income qualified. My sources for these numbers come from the New American Economy Study from Metro Columbus, Ohio, as well as the Ninsky Center, which studies refugee resettlement data in the United States. So again, thank you so much for your support in ensuring that our city is a welcoming city and remains that. That's all I have. Thank you. Are there any questions?
I do have a question, but not for our guest speaker. Thank you.
Do other colleagues have questions? Ms. Cockrell, of the folks who go to Elevate Northland, can you tell us just for, what is the makeup of the folks who you're working with?
Certainly, yes. It's a mix of individuals from all over. Some are native English speakers, some are non-native English speakers, and that non-native English speakers span from a number of different continents, mostly from Africa, as well as the Middle East, which is not really a continent, and then from South America.
Additional questions? Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank
this
you so
evening.
much for having me.
Thank you for testifying. Thank you for the work that you do with Elevate Northland. Next up, we have Vangela Barnes, and then after Vangela, we have Edwin Quinones.
Councilmember?
Yes.
Do you mind if I ask
Please,
a question of
please
our
do.
city attorney?
Yes, please do.
Attorney Baker Morris. So just to make sure we're all on the same page here, essentially what is happening this evening is we're clearing up language to ensure that the code is consistent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So not doing anything new except for clearing up the language that is already exists in the code.
Well, there are other amendments to Title 39, but in terms of the question that we're discussing right now regarding citizenship, there are two different provisions of the code that are not consistent with one another, and the proposal that's before council tonight is a way of resolving the inconsistency and to clarify.
And so if we fail to clarify that inconsistency, then what happens?
The inconsistency will remain.
Thank you.
And so we're clear, that inconsistency, does that put us at legal risk?
There is some legal risk. There is, again, without divulging too much of an attorney-client conversation that we might want to have, there is some risk in terms of individuals wanting to make a claim that they ought to be certified or not certified, depending on the inconsistencies in our code.
Thank you. Ms. Barnes.
Hi, my name is Vangela Barnes, and I came to speak about Ordinance 2700-2023, also known as Title 39. Thank you, Councilman Harden, and the rest of the councilmen and women here for allowing me to speak. I'm the president and CEO of Wireman Electric. I'm a minority-owned business. I have MBE and BE certified. I have yet to use either one of those certifications to get any of my business. I came here to talk about the fact that it's already difficult enough for us. I came here on September 20, I believe it was 23rd the last time, and I had a hat on and everything. I just wasn't really expecting to speak, but I was able to speak then. But I came here to talk about the fact that I am a U.S. citizen. I'm an American, and I sort of feel a little offended when we clump everything under new Americans are not citizens yet, they're immigrants. And I know that's what they want to be, and I don't have any issue with that. I look forward to whenever they become immigrants. I had a foster son who was not an American when he came to my home, and I helped him become a U.S. citizen. I believe that some things are just reserved for U.S. citizens. MBE and WBE certification, I thought from a federal and a state level, required you to be a U.S. citizen. So one of the things that I have an issue with is I thought those two set-asides were to help minorities, U.S. minority citizens of the U.S. Get more of a share or equal share to compete in construction, in business, in whatever they may be doing as business owners. I find it difficult to be able to compete with non-citizens who don't have the overhead that I have in being a business in the United States. I hire people that work for me, and each one of the persons that work for me, I can attest that they are U.S. citizens. I am paying them a living wage to be able to do the jobs that they're doing. And when I go on a construction site, and sometimes I can't determine if people are citizens or not, or if they're, what or how they're getting to be able to work there, and those types of statuses. So what I'm saying is, I would like for you to really consider making this change to allow non-citizens to be part of MBE WB certification, which has been set aside for U.S. citizens, African Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans. So that word American means that you're a U.S. citizen, and I would like that you reconsider changing it to dilute the number of people that are able to get this certification by bringing in more people that we're already competing with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Do folks have any questions? Great. Oh, you're good. Mr. Quinones?
Good evening, City Council members. Nice to see you. Well, my name is Edwin Quinones. I'm with the Women's Business Center, ECDI. And one thing is the impact of land in immigrant communities will be tremendous if they can get those type of certifications. The ability to receive the NBEWE certifications, regardless of immigration status, opens doors for entrepreneurs in the category to bid on government contracts. This initiative could not have come at a better opportune time. Intel's plants being built in Ohio, and the vast opportunities are available for those who have those type of contracts. So my thing is, regardless of, and I do understand, being a citizen and being an immigrant, but everybody should have that opportunity. Just because you have the certification doesn't guarantee you those bids or those contracts. Everybody has his fair share of trying to go for it, with that opportunity. So I think, if they have that opportunity to get those MBE, WBE certifications, it doesn't give them an upper hand, but it gives them an opportunity. And I think that would be a great thing.
Mr. Quinones, so you're at ECDI, the Economic Community Development Institute. I just want to have a clarification because we've been talking about citizens versus non-citizens versus legally having. We are not talking about people who are undocumented in this particular situation. We are talking about people who have some sort of status to be in this country legally, and therefore they can legally own a business in the United States of America.
Okay.
Is that, no, I'm asking that correct for your work at
It goes for
ECDI?
both, because I work with clients that have their citizenship and some that don't. And unfortunately, those that don't, we cannot do anything with, but at least if they have the ability to get a certification for their business, it at least helps them to get the funding to help their business. Because unfortunately, if you're not a citizen, you can't get the funds somebody who is a citizen can get. So if anything, they don't have that opportunity, but at least if they're given the opportunity to get certification, that will help them out a little bit.
Great. Any other questions? I just want to be clear on the distinction that there are folks who may not have legal U.S. citizenship, but can legally have a business in the United States of America, even if they are on their path to citizenship or they're a longtime permanent resident, you can legally have a business. Thank you. Next up, we have President Watson. And then to round out our speakers, we have Sherry Moreno. I should have known how to pronounce that. Yeah, it's your turn, President Watson.
Good evening, Council President Harden and members of Council. My name is Nana Watson. I serve as the president of the Columbus unit of the NAACP. I am here to request one more time that citizenship criteria, as outlined in Title 39, be tabled until there is a community conversation, especially with Black people and Black businesses. There is no need for me to elaborate on our concerns because you all have read the newspaper article where we strongly oppose this. In a meeting with the Executive Committee of the NAACP, National Association Minority Council on last Thursday, and members of Council office, we asked if this portion about citizenship could be removed. The response was it needed to pass on Monday. I learned today that the citizenship criteria are not an emergency as shared by the City Attorney's Office. Lastly, on September 25th, 2023, at 10:34 a.m., the NAACP received notice of a public hearing that was being held the same day. Please share how many individuals attended and what their comments were. The NAACP is extremely concerned in the manner that this legislation was brought forward. We have yet to hear from the co-sponsor of this legislation. We are disappointed the legislation will be voted on after you all won your council seat. Again, we are requesting the tabling of Ordinance 2700. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions?
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And President Watson, we are sure to get you the information that you requested about both the public hearing and then the date that we had public commentary as well that we accepted. I think it was the day after the public hearing.
Hello, thank you, Council. Harden and the rest of the council team. My name is Cheryl Marrero, and I own Savcon Construction. I am here to share my personal experiences after being notified of Title 39 in hopes that everyone in the room can join together and we all move forward together as a team to make positive changes. So when I first heard about Title 39, I was also angry. Some of my first thoughts were, how can the set-asides be shared and are broken down even more? Why is it that minority business owners were not even invited for discussion prior to it making to the council for a vote? I was very frustrated, and I expressed my frustrations with my husband. My husband is Latino, and he shared with me some things from his perspective. He explained to me how his culture is a loyal group of people who put family first and just want to work and provide for their family. He also mentioned that when an opportunity comes, they all form together and help each other to complete the project. He also mentioned to me that he felt like every community should be this way. So I started to dig deeper and tried to figure out why I was so angry in the beginning. My anger was coming from the fear of watching what my ancestors fought so hard for to become extinct. So then I had to ask myself different questions. Would my ancestors have wanted freedom for all minorities or just the Black community? Is it right for other minorities to go through what the Black community went through before they too can take advantage of some of the positive changes that have occurred? I truly believe that I'm a product of my ancestors' prayers, and I desire to do what is right by continuing their mission to demand equality for all. Some of our ancestors never got the opportunity to experience or witness some of the freedoms and changes that are in place for minorities today. So in order to do this, we all must join together and join forces from residents, business owners, and policymakers to ensure that minority business owners have an equal playing field. And some of the problems that I identified that I think that would be helpful to make sure we all join forces together and work as a team. And I'm gonna run out of time, I need another minute. Again, these are my opinions. So problem one, I feel that sometimes our voices aren't being heard. So for an example, a disparity study was done just to solidify things that we already knew, experienced, or complained about. We are still facing some of those same issues from when the disparity study was completed in 2019. In my opinion, this is still unacceptable. So a possible solution to the council team, I would ask that you all commit to expediting those recommendations that were clearly laid out in the disparity study and provide updates with the progress. There is also a need to build trust amongst everyone in this room. And I would ask that the council team commit to collaborating with minority business owners and implementing policy that will include us for change. Problem three, there's a lack of programs that are designed to help minority businesses grow and flourish. I also would ask for the council team to commit to funding programs that will prepare local minority business for growth by successfully winning any type of contracts, to include the city work. And to my fellow minority business owners, I ask that you all be open and welcome all minorities who are in business. Let's commit to joining forces because we all know that we are stronger together than divided. I also ask to my minority business owners, feel free to also continue to voice your opinions and business needs and participate in any type of programs that will get you ready to win contracts. And never give up on the fight for positive change. And there is no other group that I would rather join forces with than a large group of minority business owners. Let's continue to build on what my ancestors started. And as I close with everyone and hope everyone can join together, I will close with a quote from Socrates. The secret of change is to focus all of your energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from our speaker? Thank you. No, thank you very much. I know this was your first time down at council and you were nervous. You did a great job. Thank you so much for coming down here today. I am going to hand it over to Councilmember Bankston because I know you have a few remarks and possibly some questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosa de Padilla, one, for your efforts on leading this and co-sponsoring this legislation. I think the changes to Title 39 that we are discussing tonight are not ones that we take lightly. At a time when diversity, when inclusion are under attack, we must do everything we can to ensure that the programs and policies of our Office of Diversity and Inclusion are protected so that we can continue to chip away at the systems that have placed our marginalized communities, especially our Black community, behind. We are taking up multiple changes here today, multiple changes that strengthen Title 39, that put in more efforts for us to hold ourselves accountable as a city, and this includes the decision to remove the citizenship question from our certification process. Now, there are those that have spoken against this and opposed this, folks that I consider to be mentors and elders in this community. And it is my hope that, although we may disagree on this one piece, that they understand that my commitment to moving the Black community forward is one that I still stand behind. And I want to be very clear, though. If you are a non-citizen of African, Latino, or Asian descent, you are, in fact, a minority. Nothing has changed about that definition in our code today. Furthermore, if you legally own and operate a business within our city, you are entitled to the city resources and services that your taxpayer dollars pay for. Now, this is not controversial. Yes, hard and difficult conversation to have, but it's not controversial. And we are not expanding our services to a new group of people with this citizenship question change, but rather we are simply clarifying that all tax-paying residents, all business owners who pay taxes to the City of Columbus should be able to access the resources our city code affords them. These changes are not only the right ones to make from a policy perspective, they are not only necessary ones to make from a legal perspective, but they are the right thing to do, period. Systems of oppression succeed when the marginalized fight with one another over their perceived slice of the pie. True economic justice for the Black community is not built by tearing down or denying other minority groups. Economic justice for the Black community is built by joining forces with other marginalized groups to fight for equitable access to opportunity and prosperity. I want to really pinpoint that we are talking about set-asides. And as we argue about who gets that small pie, 1% of folks are continue to get the lion's share. So we haven't done enough. This isn't going to change. We have Ms. Vangela Barnes here who just admitted and said she has a WBE certification, an MBE certification. She has not used that to obtain a contract. That means that we have work to do. That means fundamentally how we are operating our system, fundamentally how we are operating our city is still embedded in systemic racism. And until we look ourselves in the face as directors, as legislators, as elected officials on how we do business, no matter what we put in, no matter what set aside there may be, we will never get to true economic justice for Black folks, for brown folks, for our emerging immigrant, migrant, and refugee community. So, now with all that being said, we by no means believe, as I stated, our city has done enough to address the disparities that exist within the trades, construction, and city procurement. I stand ready to work with NAACP and any other organization that wants to dismantle those systems. We are committed to working with our community leaders and partners to identify where the gaps are, what our mistakes have been, and what potential solutions we can implement to address these issues. This is how we move forward. This is how we move the needle. So I do want to thank Director Jenkins for all your work that he has put in and his team has put in on this. And we did have conversations on this, and I will make sure that next time that we put out better notices, that we make sure that we get more voices at the table. But at the end of the day, what I want to reiterate, particularly to the Black community, because I sit here in this seat every single day, unapologetically Black, that the agenda that I have moved forward from this seat has been unapologetically Black. That this by no way, in no way, takes away from that community. And this is an opportunity for us to work together to achieve true economic justice for everyone in the city of Columbus. So with that, I will be voting yes, and I'm proud to sponsor this piece of legislation with Councilmember Barosa de Padilla, because this is who we are. We get to choose who we want to be in Columbus. We have the opportunity to do that here with this piece of legislation. Councilmember, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bankston. Are there additional questions or comments from our colleagues?
Chair, just and thank you to both co-sponsors on this piece of legislation. And I agree a lot with what Councilmember Bankston or Chair Bankston just spoke about. And I also chaired this committee the Small Minority Business Committee for several years and worked to lead the implementation of the disparity study, the first that we've had in many years. My thinking was really similar in line to Councilmember Bankston's around the intent of the work of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion in general, to uplift and make sure there is opportunity for all of our residents, and that we don't shy away from making sure that all of our residents and residents that look like Councilmember Bankston and I have opportunity. But I think we get into a dangerous game when we put the fight against the other part of the 1% of the small piece of the pie, as Councilmember Bankston. I think that we missed the point of the work. And so I wanted to ask Director Jenkins to talk from his vantage point about how this change can be, is not just, it's positive for African-American business owners as well, in terms of this is a legal document, and the way the disparity study works is that you have to prove a disparity amongst a pool of people or of a type of individual, and then you're allowed to create the set aside based off of that percentage of disparity. By growing the pool of folks who are disparaged or have disparity in this with this legislation, can you speak to how this actually how this is good for everybody that we're talking about, and kind of just your how the department sees its work, specifically to uplift and support Black business, but all business, how this piece of legislation does not fly in opposition of those goals?
If I understand you correctly, President Harden, what this does, it provides an opportunity for the minority goals that we set on projects to be met. It allows for collaboration, like Cheryl mentioned during her talking points. The truth of the matter, if I can be completely honest here, is that there are processes in place internally to the City of Columbus that are counterproductive to the work that we are doing in the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. I think it's just inherently in our system. And so as we work to weed those things out, very similar to Councilman Bankster had mentioned, we are looking to identify ways to grow and develop our minority businesses, not just to be subs on projects, to become primes. And the only way that we can do that is that we have to challenge the status quo. We have to challenge the process. And we also have to challenge this mindset of scarcity. And so as we move forward, we will grow, we will develop these small businesses to become primes. And that is my goal in the Office of Diversity and Inclusion.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? So before I move for passage, I just want to second Councilmember Bankston and I think several of our speakers. The speakers who were here tonight, you push us to be better, and you push our systems to be better. And as we look broadly, and I feel like this year has been the year of code changes. We have another code change after this. That is our attempt to look at how do we get better. And we are not always going to agree, and there is going to be tension in the conversations that we have. And I think in this particular instance, I think this is why language is so important. I think a long time ago, we made a false choice in calling people new Americans when in fact they aren't always Americans, or who is an American, or who owns a business, and what does opportunity look like for folks in the city of Columbus. And I think there's a lot of understanding that we need and a lot of conversation that we need to continue to have so that we can come together. Because I think that percentage is significant for us to understand who is really getting the bulk of the contracts and who is really getting the bulk of opportunities. And so when we can really come together, that's when we can ensure prosperity for every part of the community, especially those that are furthest away from justice. And when we plan for those communities, that's how all boats rise. And that's really also part of the intention of ensuring that we can meet this, to ensure that we can pour into our small businesses. And you do have a commitment from this council to work with our Department of Diversity and Inclusion to look at the practices that we have as a city and to have honest conversations about how we need to change those practices to work for the people and not against them. And I don't think there's anyone here on this dais who would deny that there are systems in place that work against our people. And it is our job to change that. And so I want to thank everyone who's here. I will hope that we can continue to have conversations together. I hope that at these points in time when we do disagree, that we can come together to understand each other better so that we can really get to the root of the problem and ensure, again, that we are removing those practices and that we are giving more opportunities to our folks. So with that, do my colleagues have any last questions or comments? Yes.
Attorney, elaborate again on the clarity that is being proposed with regards to this legislation.
Councilmember Brown, I assume you're referring to the clarity regarding the citizenship question, right? Because there are other changes, and I just want to make it clear. We have two different provisions of the city code, one that requires the Office of Diversity and Inclusion to determine that an individual seeking certification is in fact a U.S. citizen. And we have another provision of the city code that was passed by council that forbids employees of the city from asking a question about an individual's immigration status in determining whether or not to provide them benefits or services.
So the objective is to take away the question about status.
That would be the council's determination in terms of how to resolve the conflict.
And that is the proposal, is to take out the question.
I feel compelled to be able to respond from one perspective. We have the oldest organization that we know of in the form of the NAACP expressing concerns. As a youngster, I was a part of the NAACP many, many, many years ago. If we have the organization asking questions, Council President, I think those questions ought to be answered. I think there ought to be appropriate clarity to those questions. I apologize for not being more knowledgeable about this particular subject matter. I've been a little busy with some other issues, so I apologize to this council, and I apologize to the individuals who are present. But I do have a healthy respect for the NAACP as an organization. And getting the clarity from the city attorney's office, as long as it is not going to impede the ability to address the concerns with regards to diversity and minority participation, then I can vote in favor of this legislation. But I think it is really important as a council that when you have an organization like the NAACP come down and speak, that they be given the appropriate deference for clarity. And if they ask to table a piece of legislation, not to eliminate, but to table, to answer all the questions so that we are perfectly clear, I would be sensitive to that. So that's my comments.
So I move. I move for, hold on one second. I know I am. I move to waive second reading.
Second.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Waived.
And next, I move for passage.
Second.
Council President, can we do it by a voice vote?
Sure. Clerk, is there a second?
Second?
Clerk, please call the roll by voice.
Mr. Bangston?
Yes.
Ms. Barosa de Padilla?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Dorans? Ms. Favor? Councilmember Remy? Yes. President Harden?
Yes, ordinance is passed.
Thank you, Council President. May I move to the next piece in rules and reference?
Please.
Thank you. Next ordinance that we have in rules and reference is ordinance 2802, 2023, to enact, amend, and repeal various sections of Chapter 4309 of the Columbus City Code to update requirements for when a traffic study is required, what level of study is required, and how to address pedestrian safety improvements within the right-of-way, and to authorize the Director of the Department of Public Service to promulgate rules and regulations thereunder. The purpose of this legislation is to modernize the Traffic Standards Code to reflect current traffic study practices that promote roadway safety for all road users. The proposed code updates will help to enhance safety, traffic flow, and support the principles of Vision Zero. This includes updating requirements for when a traffic study is required, what level of study is required, and how to address pedestrian safety improvements within the right-of-way. Last week, we held a public hearing where we heard from various residents in favor of the proposed changes. So, Assistant Director Borntrager, is there anything that you would like to add about this particular code change? And just give just a tiny bit of context.
Thank you. Thank you, President Harden, Council Pro Tem Dorrance, and Chair Barosa de Padilla. This is that came out of a Kaizen process where we could find ways to give clear guidance when folks are developing properties that uses Vision Zero principles to require developers to give access to sidewalks, to CODA stops, those type of things. It also lays out clear guidance on when they need to do a traffic impact study or traffic access study, and really gives clarity to the process as more development is happening in our communities to make sure that we're seeing an equitable transportation system that reflects the will of council and the administration when it comes to having access to, like I said, sidewalks and those type of things. So this will give clear guidance to developers and help us create an equitable transportation system. And we thank you for hosting the hearing on it, and we look forward to implementing this in January if possible.
And one piece of this code change that I think that is particularly exciting, and I think for my colleagues, just given the zoning conversation that we just had a little while ago about essentially the same topic and what would come and what pieces of infrastructure, this also gives us a little bit of, this is actually written into code when developers need to then implement specific infrastructure pieces that we are asking them to do as a result of whichever, whether it was a traffic study or a
impact study.
An impact study, thank you. So whether either one of those, it would then say if we needed to put in a light or if we needed to put in a stop sign or something else, and that then the developer, the onus would be on them to help to include that as part of their plan, as part of their infrastructure around the development that they are then putting in. And so this just helps us in terms of some of the things that we talked about before around sidewalks and roadway improvements, especially in areas where there's concern and there's development going in where the infrastructure just wasn't there before. So do my colleagues have any? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mention, building on those comments, this is one of the most often questions that we get asked from area commissions, civic associations, folks in neighborhoods. Where's the dividing line between an access study and an impact study? And oftentimes the answer has been more in the gray than what we'd like. And I think actually establishing in code very clear parameters about which study is going to be triggered based upon size and the sort of type of development that is happening there. I think this provides an additional amount of transparency for us when we say, hey, X, Y, and Z is going to happen because of the traffic study, the type of traffic study calls for it. I think having this type of guideline in place in code can only serve to be more transparent as, again, we're seeing the city grow like it is right now. We are going to see more rezonings and variances that are requested across the city, even with moving towards reform in our zoning code. So I think this is a great example of making things more transparent for our residents as we see, again, growth continue to happen across Columbus. I just want to thank the chair and certainly thank the department for working towards this kind of goal to make sure, again, we're being more transparent with folks as Columbus continues to grow.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Great. And with that, seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
And that is for real all for me tonight, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Recreation and Parks Committee, chaired by Councilman Brown. Councilman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. This evening we have three ordinances in the Rec and Parks. Ordinance 3035-2023 to authorize the Director of the Department of Recreation and Parks Department to enter into a contract with Builderscape, Inc. for the West Franklinton Parks project, to authorize the appropriation of $400,000 within the CDBG CV fund in accordance with the city's U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for 2020 annual action plan as approved by council, to authorize the expenditure of $1,438,000 from the CDBG CV fund and Recreation and Parks voted bond fund, and to declare an emergency. The Columbus Recreation and Parks Department land plan shows that West Franklinton is the most underserved community in Columbus for parks and recreational facilities per capita. 10.8 acres of parkland exists in an inner city community of over 9,000 residents. To address some of this need, this project will install selected recreation improvements for the medians. These areas comprise approximately 6.5 acres of public green space. Over 6,000 residents live in adjacent to or within a short walk from the designated medians. Bids were advertised through vendor services on September 7, 2023, and 2 bids were received by the Recreation and Parks Department on October 12, 2023. Builderscape, Inc. was the lowest and most responsive bidder. In addition, as part of their bid, Builderscape, Inc. has proposed the following vendors to fulfill Office of Diversity and Inclusion Project Goal: Capstone and Associates, Inc., a WBE. Construction is anticipated to be complete in fall of 2024. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? If not, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Also, I have ordinance 3061-2023 to authorize the Director of Recreation and Parks Department to modify the existing contract with CK Construction Group, Inc. for the Kilbourne Run Sports Park Improvements Project, to authorize the transfer of $5,660,635.46 between the special income tax and the Recreation Parks bond funds, to authorize the transfer of $70,276.54 within the Recreation Parks voted bond fund, to authorize the amendment of the 2023 capital improvements budget, to authorize the expenditure of $5,730,912 from the Recreation Parks Voted Bond Fund and to declare an emergency. This is a construction manager at risk contract. This delivery method will save the project money and time compared to a traditional design bid delivery system. This is one of 3 planned modifications for the project's guaranteed maximum price. This modification will cover costs for site clearing and demolition. It will also cover procurement of long lead time items such as HVAC equipment, a traffic signal, and electrical equipment. This modification was foreseen due to the nature of the CMAR contracts. The modification fee was determined by CMAR's lowest and best bid results from the subcontract work. Director Reese, do you have any comments with regard to this legislation? Hearing none from the director, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
And finally, sir, I have ordinance 3194, 2023, to authorize the Director of Recreation Parks Department to enter into a contract with Harold's LLC for the purchase of golf course pesticides, to authorize the expenditure of $237,124.50 for the purchase of golf turf pesticides from the Recreation Parks Operating Fund, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the Columbus City Code, and to declare an emergency. It is my understanding that the change to the golf turf pesticide application program were implemented in 2017 and have resulted in a significant reduction in the number of pesticide applications and a variety of products while producing noticeable results with improved playing conditions as well as a cost savings to the department. This ordinance involves a bid waiver, so Director Reese, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Chair Brown, President Harden, other council members. This is a local vendor that not only gives us a discount during our fall season, but charges a very high rate during high season, peak season. And so they also provide educational training. They look at other opportunities, and that is water testing, soil testing at all of our golf courses. And so we are asking you to approve this vendor.
And Director Reeves, you may or may not notice, we used to have a citizen who would come down to council periodically. Her name was Pam Unger. And she would always say she's a citizen of the planet and make reference to the fact of whether or not we did or did not use Roundup, which as carcinogens. Would you comment on whether or not we are still using Roundup?
No, sir, not at our golf courses. We're not using Roundup. It is a difficult challenge not to use Roundup in some areas. Simply because we have to look at tight areas of fencing and other lawn care that are up against fence areas, especially on our sports fields and some of our playground areas, which we are now looking at going to more of a rubberized surface to do away with some of the pesticides and chemicals that are used on playgrounds.
Thank you. If there are any comments from my colleagues? Hearing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
That's all I have this evening, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next committee coming for council is the Public Utilities Committee chaired by President Pro Tem.
Thank you, Council President. First, in Public Utilities Committee, we have Ordinance 2936-2023 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to enter a construction contract with the Raider Company, Inc. for the Southerly Wastewater Treatment Plant Chemically Enhanced Primary Treatment Flow Splitter Bridge and Raw Sewage Pump Building Cooling Upgrade Project, to authorize amendment to the 2023 capital improvement budget, to authorize the appropriation of funds in the Sanitary Freshwater Market Rate Fund, to authorize the expenditure of up to $1,379,160 from the Sanitary Freshwater Market Rate Fund for the contract, and to authorize expenditure of up to $2,000 from the Sanitary Bond Fund to pay for prevailing wage services for the project. The current state of the building reveals deficiencies in the accessibility and operational maintenance at the plant. The project funded through this ordinance will help improve maintenance operation at the Southerly Wastewater Treatment Plant. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2960-2023 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to enter a construction contract with Sterling Building Company for the Hapcremene Water Plant Door and Lock Improvement Project, to authorize amendment to the 2023 capital improvement budget, to authorize transfer of cash and appropriation of the Water Bond Fund, to authorize expenditure of up to $1,503,968.40 for the project. The Hapcremene Water Plant Facility is considered a secure piece of city infrastructure. The door and lock improvement projects will deter unauthorized personnel from entering buildings at the facility. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2961-2023 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to modify and increase the contract to purchase of wholesale electric power with American Municipal Power, Inc. for the Division of Power and to authorize expenditure of $1,150,000 from the Electricity Operating Fund. This ordinance will provide additional funding for the purchase of wholesale electricity in 2023 and early 2024 for the Division of Power. The funds by this ordinance will cover the costs of power supply provided by AMP, Inc. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3020-2023 to authorize the Director of the Department of Public Utilities to enter a construction contract with 2K General Co. doing business as 2K General Co. for the Department of Public Utilities Archive Record Storage and Sewer Maintenance Operations Center Locker Room Renovation Project and authorize the expenditure of up to $5,630,000 of sanitary bond fund for this project. This project will consolidate all of the Department of Public Utilities archives and records from all sections into a centralized location. This will help when trying to locate records and archive documents for the city managers, as well as provide centralized staff who are experts in locating these types of documents. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3032-2023 to authorize the Director of Finance and Management to enter construction contract with Kevin Lair Associates, purchase of wooden utility poles to the Division of Power, to authorize a waiver of competitive bidding requirements for Chapter 329 of the Columbus City Codes, to authorize the expenditure of $407,690 from the Division of Electricity Operating Fund, and declare an emergency. The wooden utility poles will be used for new installations and for maintenance, repair, replacement, and construction projects to maintain street lighting in Columbus. The Department of Public Utilities respectfully requests the legislation be considered for immediate use to avoid interruption of city services due to the current inventory stock and long lead times to procure these types of utility poles. Do my colleagues have questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3039-2023 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to enter a construction contract, Complete General Construction Company, for the 2021 general construction contract with Storm Sanitary Project, to authorize amendment to the 2023 capital improvement budget, to authorize a transfer of cash and appropriation between projects within the Sanitary Bond Fund, within the Storm Bond Fund, and to authorize expenditure of up to $5,237,635.50 from the Sanitary Bond Fund and the Storm Bond Fund for the project. This project was initiated to respond to emergency needs and miscellaneous structural repairs and installations as directed by the Division of Sewers and Drainage. The project consists of multiple points of repair for various storm and sanitary sewers citywide to be performed under a general construction contract as may be necessary on an emergency basis. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3042-2023 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to enter a construction modification with Santec Consulting Services, Inc. for the inflow, redirection, and Markinson hydraulic modification to the combined sewer overflow regulator in Wilson Avenue area waterline improvement project, to authorize amendment to the 2023 capital improvement budget, to authorize transfer of funds from the Sanitary Reserve Fund and the Water Reserve Fund to the Sanitary Fresh Water Market Rate Fund and to the Water Fresh Market Rate Fund, to authorize an appropriation of funds and expend up to $1,607,074.22 from the Sanitary Fresh Water Market Rate Fund and the Fresh Water Market Rate Fund for the contract modification. This work will ensure the department's construction projects perform correctly and will last the anticipated service life of the projects. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3072-2023 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to enter a construction contract with Danbury, Inc. for the Miller Avenue Area Waterline Improvement Project, to authorize the appropriation and transfer of funds within the Water Sewer Reserve Fund to the Water Supply Revolving Loan Account Fund, to authorize the appropriation of expenditure of $3,503,865.48 in the Water Supply Revolving Loan Account Fund for the contract, and to authorize an expenditure of up to $2,000 from the Water Bond Fund to pay for construction administration and inspection expenses for the project. The goal of this project is to replace or rehabilitate the existing water lines that have a high break frequency in the Near East, Livingston Avenue area and South Side. Replacement of these water lines will improve water service, decrease burden on water maintenance operations, and reduce overall water loss. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy. President Harden.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3077-2023 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities and enter construction contract with Underground Utilities, Inc. for the Lee Ellen Place Area Water Line Improvement Project, to authorize the appropriation and transfer of funds from the Water System Reserve Fund to the Water Supply Revolving Loan Account Fund, to authorize the appropriation of expenditure of $3,742,886.35 from the Water Supply Revolving Loan Account Fund for the contract, and authorize expenditure of up to $2,000 from the Water Bond Fund to pay for construction administration and inspection expenses for the project. The purpose of the project is to construct necessary improvements to the water distribution system in the Lee Ellen Place area in the South Side and far South planning areas. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy. President Harden.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3204-2023 to authorize the Director of the Department of Public Utilities to enter a professional services contract for overall engineering services related to city water distribution system and related infrastructure with MS Consultants, Inc., to authorize amendment to the 2023 capital improvement budget, to authorize the transfer of cash and appropriation between projects within the Water Bond Fund, to authorize expenditure of $1 million from the Water Bond Fund for the contract, and declare an emergency. This work is part of the city's continuing program to improve its water distribution system and all related infrastructure to provide efficient, reliable, cost-effective operations and enhance personnel safety. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3214-2023 to authorize the City of Columbus Finance and Management Director to enter an amended and restated government aggregation master retail electric supply agreement and declare an emergency. At the 2020 State of the City, Mayor Andrew Ginther announced the city's intention to pursue community choice aggregation and commit the City of Columbus to an aggregation program with a 100% renewable energy supply by 2022. The primary goals of the city's aggregation program are to, 1, provide competitive retail energy supply costs for Columbus citizens, 2, support renewable energy development, especially local renewable energy generation, to advance Columbus's sustainable economy, and 3, to ensure that Columbus suppliers provide quality, reliable, first-rate customer service to our residents. The city is also committed to an aggregation program that supports sustainability efforts, energy efficiency, and other policy priorities of the city that benefit our community. This ordinance authorizes the City of Columbus Finance Management Director to execute an amended and restated government aggregation master retail supply agreement, which will replace the MSA entered into on March 18th, 2021, pursuant to authority granted by ordinance number 1642-2020, which authorized the Finance Management Director to perform all necessary actions to effect a government aggregation electricity program for the city with opt-out provisions pursuant to Section 4928.02 of the Ohio Revised Code for residents and small businesses in the incorporated areas of the City of Columbus. On June 1st, 2021, the Government Electricity Aggregation Program, Clean Energy Columbus, began to provide 100% renewable energy supply to participating Columbus residents and small businesses. Clean energy for the program has initially been sourced through renewable energy certificates, or RECs, while a profile of utility-scale clean energy projects are constructed. The Clean Energy Columbus is now in its third year providing 100% renewable energy supply through RECs. Already this year, 190,000 participants have saved $19 million, or about $25 a month for their energy bills. To address clean energy and renewable development challenges, the city is amending the existing agreement with American Electric Power Energy, AEP Energy, to balance the cost of energy for our residents while still meeting the demand and commitment to the clean energy and carbon reductions. Here to address the need for the city to amend the original agreement is AEP Energy Vice President of Retail Mass Markets, Frank Wilson. Mr. Wilson, thank you for being very patient with us this evening. It's a long meeting, but I appreciate you being here and speaking to this piece of legislation and why we're sort of here tonight talking about amending the master service agreement between AEP Energy and the City of Columbus for our aggregation program. If you wouldn't mind speaking to that, sir.
Thank you. Happy to do it. President Harden, Chair Dorans, and members of the council. As Chair Dorans said, my name is Frank Wilson, Vice President Retail Mass Markets at AEP Energy. We are the competitive retail supply business of American Electric Power, affiliated with the utility AEP Ohio, but operating independently. AEP Energy is not an agent or speaking on behalf of AEP Ohio. Since 2021, AEP Energy has proudly served the Clean Energy Columbus Municipal Aggregation. Together, we have created jobs, powered nearly 200,000 residents with clean energy, and delivered over $19 million in savings this program year alone. Clean Energy Columbus was envisioned to utilize new Ohio-based renewable energy projects to serve Columbus residents and small businesses. We leveraged AEP Energy's existing integrated renewable energy program, which negotiated with third-party developers to procure wind and solar power purchase agreements across PJM with a priority for Ohio projects. These negotiated PPAs from 2019 and 2020 included project timelines with low fixed prices for clean energy. Since then, however, the landscape has shifted dramatically. The COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, new requirements on renewable energy development in Ohio, as well as changes to the power siting board process, supply chain disruptions, runaway inflation, and a delay in the PJM interconnect queue have severely challenged renewable energy project development. Collectively, these factors caused significant project delays and cost increases. Renewable energy PPAs have more than doubled in price from approximately 3.5 cents per kilowatt hour to, in some cases, over 8 cents per kilowatt hour. In addition to price increases, project completion dates have slipped from the early 2020s to estimates of 2025 and beyond. All of AEP Energy's signed PPAs have been directly impacted by one or more of these factors, jeopardizing their viability for completion, let alone their utilization for the program. At this point, PPAs representing over 70% of the clean energy needed to serve the aggregation have been terminated or materially delayed. These developments necessitated revising the Master Supply Agreement, or MSA, between Columbus and AEP Energy to address timing and price changes. Without revising the original 2021 agreement, AEP Energy has no viable path to sustain the development of many of these existing renewable energy projects, potentially halting their development and jeopardizing job creation and renewable energy benefits. Through collaborative but tough negotiations with developers, AEP Energy is securing below current market renewable energy costs. Although an increase from the original rate, the new rate is less than the increase in conventional energy prices, and it's below the projected standard service rates for conventional power for next year, and significantly below current market prices for PPAs and PJM. We regret the necessity of this change to the MSA, but are grateful for the support of Council and the collaboration with Sustainable Columbus. We are committed to continued success of this program and the residents and small businesses it serves. AEP Energy is proud to partner with the City of Columbus to achieve this crucial climate action plan component. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Vice President Wilson. Do any of my colleagues have any questions at this time? Council President Harden?
Thank you, Press Pro Tem, and thank you, Mr. Wilson, for being with us this evening. You spoke on this a bit, but I would like you to elaborate a little bit more on some of the issues with our abilities are really outside of our control. There have been some impediments put in the way by the State House. Could you talk about some of those issues a little bit more clearly for us, and how we still look to meet our initial goals going forward?
Sure. Thank you for the question. There have been two significant developments at the state level. One was legislation that was passed, SB 52, that gave more control to local counties to have a say in the renewable development. The other major was the change to the power siting process, and that too has created some headwinds for the developers. So those are the two main ones.
Now that we hear those are the specific, do we have steps to make sure that what are the ways that we look to still get to more of the work being done in Ohio in the future? Are there things that we think that we can do together, AEP, Energy Partners, the city, to get more of those energy made right here in Ohio in the future?
We're working very closely with Deputy Director Shaki. She and I work with one of the developers specifically, and then the team at AP Energy that negotiates these power purchase agreements is on the calls with them on a daily basis, getting status updates, holding them accountable whenever we can, and trying to get these moving forward so we can supply the Ohio generation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Any other questions from council members for Vice President Wilson? Seeing none. Thank you for being here tonight, sir. Appreciate it. I did want to give an opportunity to Assistant Director Lena Shockey from the Department of Public Utilities and the Office of Sustainable Columbus to speak for sort of the department's approach to renegotiating this MSA, sort of what's here, and certainly the value that we can see moving forward with continuing to pursue the aggregation program. Assistant Director? The buttons are hard sometimes. You can also borrow one from a neighbor if that one's not working.
Isn't that just my luck, right?
Yeah. Floor is yours.
Council President Hardin, Chair Dorrance, members of council, because of the challenges that Mr. Wilson mentioned, the bridge phase of the aggregation program transitioning from renewable energy credits to local project generation has been delayed. To address clean energy and renewable energy development challenges, the city is seeking authority to amend the existing agreement with American Electric Power Energy, AEP Energy. What this practically means is that 3 changes will be made to the agreement. Specific local clean energy projects will be identified in the amendment and committed exclusively to the aggregation. 2, a table allowing for gradual energy rate increases based on the percentage of local energy projects providing to the program will be added. And then 3rd, the 100% Ohio-based clean energy programs goal will be retained with a minimum requirement of 60% Ohio-based clean energy projects. Additionally, all of the good things that were included in the master service agreement at the beginning related to community grants and supporting local clean energy jobs will be retained. Thank you for your consideration of this request, and I can take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Do any council colleagues have questions this time? Councilmember Bankston.
Yeah, my question is around, since we're renegotiating, did we also look at their profits? Did we renegotiate what their profit margins are?
So, that's a great question, Councilmember Bankston. So this project, it's a little bit funny. As Mr. Wilson identified,
It doesn't like my question.
I'm going to have it repeated.
Yeah. Do we just have one mic on?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Nice.
I promise. It's red. My mic is red. So we worked closely to get verification from AEP Energy that these projects, they're not taking a profit on this contract, and these projects are basically at value to them. So there's not a profit that they're receiving.
Okay, that's just, I just wanted to make clarification because I think all of us have dealt with overruns and cost projections because of the pandemic and, yes, a radical state legislator. But if profit margins are going to stay the same, it's the cost of doing business of the agreement that you sign. And so we're putting this increase on the back of our residents. Now, I'm voting yes because I'm committed to our commitment to green energy, but I just also want to make sure that we have a good partner that understands it is in this with us for the long haul because we have significant amount of our residents that are their customers now because we voted this in. So I just want to make sure that's clear, one to the department, but also to the gentleman in the back who is representing AEP. Thank you.
Any other questions for council members? So Assistant Director, just a couple of questions from me, sort of generally. The original MSA was negotiated with AP Energy after a competitive sort of application process to have different providers come present proposals to the city. Obviously, we're sort of here tonight to amend that MSA that was entered into after that competitive process. You know, one question I think, if I'm a resident, would say, why wouldn't we go through that process again and see if there's any other provider that could provide the same type of deal we had in the original MSA compared to the amendments that we have before council today?
Thank you. In a very advantageous market, when we went out to bid in 2020, we received 4 bids back. AEP Energy was the only supplier willing to commit to 100% hard renewable assets serving the aggregation in-state or out-of-state. The market is much less advantageous now. Amending the contract with AEP retains an 100% Ohio-based clean energy project goal with a minimum requirement of 60% Ohio-based clean energy projects. None of the other suppliers who previously bid on the project offered this value while maintaining a cost-competitive rate.
Thank you. And speaking to that cost aspect of this, I think one of the great things, as I think a number of folks have mentioned, including myself, and sort of the preamble to this program has not only provided clean energy to customers here in Columbus, but it's also saved residents money as compared to the default rate provided by other individuals. And I think that's, you know, one of the really incredible things when we talk about bundling 190,000 plus customers buying power together. That's one of the great benefits of the program overall. And I was curious, speaking directly to that point, how will the amendments before council tonight affect or not affect the rates paid by individuals that are in the aggregation program today and into the future?
Customers in the program should see a slight increase as early as next summer when new rates are established, or could see a slight increase. Any potential rate increase would likely be $5 to $8 on an average monthly bill, but overall customers should still expect to see a $20 per month savings from the time we started the program.
And again, still seem likely as, and again, we can't speculate exactly what, say, the other rates available by other providers were, but to date, the aggregation program has been extremely competitive or cheaper compared to either the default rate offered by folks who would be outside the program or offered by many direct energy suppliers. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, that's correct. Currently, customers are receiving a $25 savings per month compared to the standard service offer.
A couple other questions. So we've also talked about the Columbus Solar Park was something that was announced recently. You know, that was, I think, certainly something when we talk about these clean energy projects happening and being developed in Ohio, oftentimes they're not inside of 270 just simply because of the land acquisition costs that it takes to bring these projects out of the ground. Will that project be affected at all by this change of the MSA?
That project and others will be able to move forward, and this amendment solidifies our position to have the exclusive right to receive that energy.
Okay. And finally, how long are we locked into this contract? Does this change anything from the ability for the city as this MSA moves into future years? How will that, any change to the length of the agreement and when the city would have the opportunity to renegotiate if market conditions change? And potentially go out to bid in the future as we move through the MSA time period.
This agreement goes until 2034. We do not expect additional amendments to the contract. The agreement reflects the reality of the market today and the conditions and costs that accompany bringing renewable energy assets online today.
Thank you. Any other questions from council members? Assistant Director, I don't know if you have any other comments before we move on this legislation?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Well, with that, if there's any other question or comments from my colleagues, I will move for passage on this legislation.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Thank you, Council President. With your permission, I'd like to move to Rules and Reference Committee on page 40 of our agenda tonight. Thank you. In Rules and Reference, I have Ordinance 2989-2023 to amend various sections of Title 11, Chapter 1163, Municipal Electrical Rates of the Columbus City Codes to establishing billing rates for light-emitting dioxide luminaries for overhead and underground private area lighting. The proposed amendments establish billing rates for LED luminaries for overhead and underground private lighting areas. Non-LED luminaries are being eliminated and not available for new installations. As such, the proposed amendments align city code with current technology in the Division of Power Operations. The proposed amendments to also permit the establishment of separate monthly charges for when additional installation costs are required. Do all my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Thank you. And with that, that is all I have in my committees tonight.
Come before council is the Criminal
Housing.
Committee, chaired by Councilmember Favor. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Tonight in the Housing Committee, we have Ordinance 3209-2023 to authorize the Director of the Department of Development to accept and execute a reimbursable grant agreement up to $5,356,000 from the Ohio Department of Development to authorize the appropriation and expenditure up to $4,356,000 for the Department of Development in the General Government Grant Fund, to authorize the Director of the Department of Development to execute grant agreements with homeowners for grant amounts greater than $5,000, to approve purchase orders with selected contractors if the purchase order is greater than $50,000, and to modify a grant agreement without having to return to City Council for each project, to authorize the appropriation and expenditure up to $1 million for the Department of Public Utilities in the General Government Grant Fund, to authorize the expenditure of all funds effective December 1st, 2023, through the term of the grant ending April 30th, 2026, to affirmatively agree to waive provisions in Columbus City Code, Chapter 329, as well as waive the competitive bidding requirements of Chapter 329, and to declare an emergency. As a part of Governor DeWine's ongoing efforts to make Ohio's homes lead safe, the Ohio Department of Development has unveiled a new lead safe program, which will invest $150 million toward lead poisoning prevention and home contamination remediation efforts. Funds can be used for lead safe building certification, screening and testing for lead poisoning, education and outreach, and early intervention for children and families impacted by lead. The City of Columbus, having received $5,356,000 in funding from the grant, will be used to replace water lines within the City of Columbus in conjunction with the Department of Utilities Division of Water, with remaining funding to be used for workforce development, recruitment, and retention of lead contractors and lead-safe renovations such as window and door replacement in single-family homes, congregate care shelters, and child care facilities constructed before 1978. Pursuant to City Code 329, a competitive bid waiver is requested due to time constraints of getting into contract with various vendors for projects based on the grant timeline, and this legislation is submitted as an emergency to ensure the funds can be fully encumbered and expended within the grant's terms. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I'd move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Thank you. Next, we have Ordinance 3341-2023 to authorize the appropriation of $285,949 from the unappropriated balance of the Housing Business Tax Incentives Fund to the Department of Development to provide funds for the administration of tax incentive projects for the 2024 budget year, and to declare an emergency. The Department of Development uses user fees to fund the administration of the department's tax incentive program. Passage of Senate Bill 19 in 1994 provided for new fees for tax incentive projects to compensate for increased monitoring expenses. As such, the department charges a variety of fees, including but not limited to application fees and processing and administrative fees for its tax incentive programs. The fee schedule was updated in early 2019 under Ordinance 3221-2018. The department is requesting that funds be appropriated for the 2024 fiscal year for the administration of the department's tax incentive programs. The appropriation is for personnel cost only. Emergency action is requested so that funds can be established before the auditor's office year ends and to have the funds available at the start of the 2024 budget year. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I'd move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have Ordinance 3344-2023 to authorize the appropriation of $1,869,455 from the unappropriated balance of the Land Management Fund to the Department of Development to provide funds for the administration of the Land Redevelopment Division for budget year 2024 and to declare an emergency. This appropriation and expenditure is for the 2024 fiscal year and is in addition to funding provided by the division from the general fund. The Land Management Fund was created in September 1998 to provide funds for various expenses associated with the management and maintenance of properties held in the Columbus Land Bank. For 2024, these funds will also be used for the implementation of the affordable housing strategy. To ensure that these funds can be available at the start of the 2024 budget year, emergency action is being requested. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I'd move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. May I move on to criminal justice and judiciary?
Please.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 3272-2023 to authorize and direct the city attorney to pay the jury verdict awarded in the case Terry Scott Caskey versus Nathan Fenton et al., United States District Court, case number 220 CV 1549, to authorize a transfer of $350,000 within the general fund, to authorize the expenditure of the sum of $350,000.00 from the general fund in payment of the jury verdict, and to declare an emergency. On November 11, 2018, Columbus police officers Nathan Fenton and Charles Hashberger observed a Nissan Altima stopped on Dana Avenue. The officers then observed the Altima make a couple of minor misdemeanor traffic violations and initiated their lights, making 2 audible siren blasts to initiate a traffic stop. At this time, the Altima failed to stop and appeared to be fleeing from the officers' visible and audible signals to pull over. The officers then observed the Altima make some dangerous driving maneuvers, including failing to wait for a vehicle in front of them to complete a turn before making its own turn, turning into a lane for travel in the opposite direction, and making a turn when others had the right of way, causing other cars to stop to avoid a collision. While following the Altima, the officers were able to observe the driver who matched the photo of the car's registered owner, Terry Caskey. This was enough for the officers to believe that they had probable cause that a felony in violation of Ohio Revised Code 2921-331B had occurred. The officers made a report and charges were presented to a grand jury who chose to indict Plaintiff Caskey. A warrant was then issued, and plaintiff was subsequently arrested for a third-degree felony failure to comply with an order or signal of police arising from that November 11, 2018 incident. Plaintiff Terry Caskey spent 5 nights in jail following this arrest, and his criminal case was eventually dismissed. The civil case went to trial against officers Fenton and Harshberger and presented 2 causes of action against each. First, seizure without probable cause in violation of 42 U.S.C. 1983, and secondly, malicious prosecution in violation of 42 U.S.C. 1983. A jury found in favor of the defendant officers on plaintiff's malicious prosecution claim. The jury found in favor of the plaintiff as to both defendant officers on the unlawful arrest claim. The jury awarded $350,000 in compensatory damages and $0 in punitive damages. This ordinance authorizes the payment of a jury award from the lawsuit that is captioned Terry Scott Caskey versus Nathan Fenton. Funds were not specifically budgeted for this award. However, sufficient monies are available within Finance's citywide account for this purpose. City Attorney Laura Baker Morris, do you have any additional comments you'd make at this time?
Chair Favor, I think you've done an excellent job of laying out what occurred in this particular case. Just want to emphasize for council that this was a jury award that we have been ordered by Judge Marbley to pay.
Thank you. Are there any questions for City Attorney Baker Morris at this time for my colleagues? Seeing none, I'd move for passage.
Second. Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Thank you. And lastly, we have ordinance 3286-2023 to authorize the appropriation of $5,010,400 from the 2024 unappropriated balance of the Franklin County Municipal Court Special Funds to the Franklin County Municipal Court for all anticipated expenses and to declare an emergency. This ordinance authorizes the appropriation of $5,010,400 for fiscal year 2024. Within the following Franklin County Municipal Court Special Funds: IDAT Fund, Security Fund, Dispute Resolution Fund, Home Incarceration Fund, Specialized Dockets Fund, the Self-Help Assisted Civil Fund, Probation Fund, and the IDIAM Fund. Sufficient funds are available within the previously listed funds to support the requested appropriation level for 2024. An emergency is being requested to ensure that the departments can continue normal operations at the start of the 2024 budget year. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, move for passage.
Second.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Thank you. That's all I have in my committees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Public Safety Committee, chaired by Councilmember Remy. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Council President. And for those wondering, the Bengals are up 21-14. Do we need to stand up? And I'll take a deep breath. I have the next 9 pieces of legislation are the 2023 liquor objections. On November 28th, the Public Safety Committee held a public hearing where we heard a detailed presentation on the overall process and reviewed this year's liquor objections submitted by the City Attorney's Office. If these resolutions are approved this evening, they will be sent to the Ohio Division of Liquor Control. These objections will not result in any immediate change to business operations. For more information on the following individual objections, I encourage residents to view the Public Safety Public Hearing held last Tuesday, November 28, 2023, on the City of Columbus YouTube or Facebook pages. Tonight, for these establishments, this is another invitation to have a conversation with the City Attorney's Office to establish safety protocol, invest in technology, hire security, and special duty officers to ensure that our residents are safe and you are an upstanding business in our community. There is also one objection that is on the agenda this evening that, as of today, has been resolved to the point where the city attorney requests to postpone, and I will be asking my colleagues for a vote in favor of referring this resolution to committee. Assistant City Attorney Sarah Pomeroy manages the process for the City Attorney's Office. I have asked her to provide a brief overview of our public hearing last week before we move on to reading through the resolutions. Assistant City Attorney Pomeroy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Remy, Council President Harden. It's good to see everybody again. So by way of a brief overview, this, where we are tonight in terms of presenting these resolutions for all of you, is just one small step in what is part of a year-long process in which we are identifying locations in partnership with police, fire, various other city entities and state entities, along with community members, community leaders, and our area commissions, block watches, investigating those locations throughout the year, and then evaluating which locations merit an objection at the end of the year. We are bound by a state timeline to submit any objections by the end of the year, thus why I'm here this evening. But we don't consider each of these places in a vacuum. This is not simply about numbers. This is about a handful of key indicators for whether or not something might merit an objection. The big things that we always look for are violent crime and overdoses, as well as liquor violations or crimes related to liquor violations. A couple highlights just from our hearing. Wanted to bring to everyone's attention that I think we've only enhanced our ownership outreach throughout this year. Certainly have had a continued uptick in terms of connections between owners, Columbus Police, community leaders. Anytime an incident happens, a letter goes immediately to a location, and if they decide to respond back, we sit down, we have a security assessment of those locations, and often that results in never even needing a lawsuit, never even needing an objection. So this is really an iterative process back and forth, and we continue to maintain that we will work with any business that is willing to work with us. There's a handful of objections. I won't go into specific details on the list tonight unless folks have specific questions. We got a mix of bars and gas stations / corner stores. The one that we are recommending be postponed is Double D's, which is a bar on South High. We were able to reach a security agreement with those folks, and they have willingly entered into it and already started to make improvements. And then finally, I'll just add that I've actually made contact with, I would say, 80% of the objections that are up tonight in terms of counsel for these locations. So those dialogues are already happening. We simply need, those written assurances that there will be improvements made. So this is a process where you likely will see me again in the early part of the year to potentially withdraw these, assuming our conversations go well. I will take any questions if council members have any.
Thank you very much, Assistant City Attorney. We will begin with Resolution 231X 2023 to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 7565736 held by Roy K. Walls Jr. doing business as Jack's Corner Pub located at 2480 Summit Street, Columbus, Ohio 43202, and to declare an emergency. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for adoption.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Next, I have Resolution 0232X 2023 to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 887-124-00005 held by the Pack Lounge LLC doing business as Pack Lounge located at 1109 West Rich Street, Columbus, Ohio 43223, and to declare an emergency. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Next is resolution 0233X 2023 to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 6928-228-0170 held by Pilot Travel Centers LLC doing business as Pilot Travel Center 213 located at 3600 Interchange Road, Columbus, Ohio 43204, and to declare an emergency. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Adopted.
Next is Resolution 0234X 2023 to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 654-862-70001 held by 155 North 5th Street, Inc., doing business as X Gentlemen's Club located at 6223-6225 Sunderland Drive, Columbus, Ohio 43229, and to declare an emergency. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Adopted.
Next is Resolution 235X 2023 to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 652-150-90635 held by Ohio Springs, Inc., doing business as Sheets 722, located at 3999 South Hamilton Road, Gulfport, Ohio 43125, and to declare an emergency. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Next is Resolution 236X 2023 to object to the renewal or liquor permit number 652-150-90505 held by Ohio Springs, Inc., doing business as Sheets 724, located at 975 East Dublin Granville Road, Columbus, Ohio 43229, and to declare an emergency. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Clerk, adopted.
Next is Resolution 237X 2023 to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 841-899-40500 held by Speedway LLC doing business as Speedway 5235 located at 635 East Weber Road, Columbus, Ohio 43211, and to declare an emergency. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Adopted.
Next is Resolution 238X 2023 to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 841-899-940-540 held by Speedway LLC doing business as Speedway 9751 located at 1165 South High Street, Columbus, Ohio 43206, and to declare an emergency. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Adopted.
This next resolution is a liquor objection that was resolved, as Assistant City Attorney Pomeroy mentioned, it as of 2 p.m. today. So I'll read the title and I'll ask my colleagues to refer this resolution to committee. It's Resolution 239X 2023 to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 6619783 held by PAASOTC LLC, doing business as Double D's, located at 1501 South High Street, Columbus, Ohio 43207, and to declare an emergency. At this time, I move to refer to committee.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Refer to committee.
Thank you very much. That is the last of the liquor objection resolutions this evening. Thank you to everyone who has participated. I want to especially thank Assistant City Attorney Sarah Pomeroy for all of her hard work and partnership. Appreciate you. Next, in public safety, I have ordinance number 3176, 2023, to authorize and direct the mayor of the city of Columbus to accept the award from the state of Ohio's First Responder Recruitment, Retention, Resiliency, and Wellness Program, to authorize Deputy Director Speaks as the official city representative to act in connection with this grant, to authorize an appropriation of $1 million from the unappropriated balance of the General Government Grant Fund to the Department of Public Safety to cover the cost of grant activities and expenditures and to declare an emergency. The City of Columbus Department of Public Safety was awarded additional funding in the amount of $1 million from the State of Ohio's First Responder Recruitment, Retention, Resiliency, and Wellness Program. The Department of Public Safety will use these grant funds to improve recruitment and retention efforts of first responders, which were greatly impacted by COVID. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Next is ordinance 3288, 2023, to authorize the Director of Department of Public Safety to enter into contract with the Research Foundation of the City University of New York on behalf of the National Network for Safe Communities at John Jay College to work with the Columbus Violence Reduction Team and other Columbus officials and community leaders to advance the group violence intervention implementation and strengthen police legitimacy, to authorize the expenditure of $59,700 from the general fund, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of Columbus City Codes, and to declare an emergency. This legislation authorizes the Director of the Department of Public Safety to enter into contract with the Research Foundation of the City University of New York on behalf of the National Network for Safe Communities at John Jay College. Through regular strategic advising, NNSC will support Columbus's efforts to increase numbers and regularity of custom notifications to get GVI messages out and effectively decrease group violence. Deputy Director Michael Halloran, could you speak to the waiver of competitive bidding, please?
Thank you, Chair Remy, President Harden, members of council. The National Network for Safe Communities is the only entity that can offer access to numerous jurisdictions across the country that are implementing its violence intervention strategies, which provides Columbus a unique opportunity to directly collaborate and learn from its peers. The city has previously worked with this group in 2020, 2021, and 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Next, I have ordinance 3349, 2023, to authorize the Director of the Office of Violence Prevention to enter into a grant agreement with Lutheran Social Services of Central Ohio in support of choices for victims of domestic violence, to authorize the transfer of $500,000 within the general fund, to authorize the expenditure of $500,000 from the general fund, and to declare an emergency. Choices is the only domestic violence-focused shelter in Franklin County, providing a safe haven and a 24-hour crisis and information line. Choices offers crisis counseling services and case management, community advocacy, and court accompaniment, transitional housing, and domestic violence awareness and prevention and education. Target constituencies include victims of domestic and dating violence and their families who must flee their home for safety. Safe Shelter is a proven intervention to enhance safety of domestic violence victims. In 2019, Choices relocated to a larger facility that was designed and built from the ground up to meet their specific needs. Due to community support, Lutheran Social Services has been able to expand, renovate, and build new facilities so that physical spaces match and enhance quality of services. When LLS began operating in the new, larger 120-bed shelter, it was consistently operating at or above capacity within just 5 months. As the need for community services increases, LSS raised additional funding to complete construction on Grace House, a 24-bed expansion and Dignity House, which will bring the final bed count to 168. We know that this year there's already been 25 murders committed as a result of domestic violence compared to 7 last year. As a result of that, we need to make an additional investment. So I am very happy to push forward this legislation. I want to thank Rachel Lustig, the CEO of Lutheran Social Services, who was here earlier, but we are so grateful for her and for being here and for the whole of Lutheran Social Service for the great work that they're doing in this space. I would like to turn it over to Deputy Director of Office of Violence Prevention, Joanne Lunsford, to see if she has any additional comments.
Public Safety Chair
Remy, Council President Harden, and all members of council, thank you for allowing OVP to speak today. The alarming increase in DV-related violence and homicides in our city weighs heavily on the hearts of those in the Office of Violence Prevention, and we are committed to doing our part in addressing the issue. This grant will help Lutheran Social Services Choices deliver essential services in our city that impacts many of our residents' safety and healing for the better. OVP asks that you authorize us to enter into a grant agreement with Lutheran Social Services Choices so that they can continue with their very important work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
And that is all I have on public safety. With your permission, can I move on to administration? Thank you very much. The next set of ordinances in the Administration Committee represent our annual benefits package for city employees. Director Brandon, would you please speak to this package of legislation?
Sure. Good evening, President Harden, Chair Remy, and members of council. I'm going to try to read as fast as you do. That was pretty impressive. This ordinance, along with some other ones, but this ordinance authorizes fund appropriations in the Employee Benefits Fund for health insurance lines of business for 2024. These include medical, prescription drug, vision, dental, short-term disability, life insurance, and additional lines that were passed on consent agenda earlier this evening. Each insurance line item has its own separate contract and expenditure ordinance, which will be considered this evening as well. The passage of those ordinances are contingent upon the passage of this ordinance. The insurance contracts will be effective February 1st, 2024 through January 31st of 2025. Thank you for your consideration of this, and if you have any questions about the specific pieces, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Let's start down this path. First ordinance in administration is 2878-2023 to make appropriations for the 12 months ending January 31st, 2025 for the funding of the city employee insurance programs, to authorize the Director of Department of Human Resources to make payments from said appropriations and to declare an emergency. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Passed. Next, I have ordinance 2881-2023 to authorize the Director of the Human Resources Department to contract with Delta Dental Plan of Ohio to provide all eligible employees dental coverage from February 1st, 2024 through January 31st, 2026, to authorize the expenditure of $8,060,000 from the Employee Benefits Fund, or so much thereof as may be necessary to pay the costs of said contract and to declare an emergency. Let's see. Due to an aggressive offer from Delta Dental of Ohio, the Human Resource Department requests the contract with Delta Dental of Ohio for 2 years instead of 2 one-year renewals from February 1st, 2024 through February 28, 2026. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Next is ordinance 3073-2023 to authorize the Director of Department of Human Resources to contract with the Hartford Life and Accident Insurance Company to provide all eligible employees short-term disability insurance coverage from February 1st, 2024 through January 31st, 2025, and to authorize the expenditure of $4 million from the Employee Benefits Fund, or so much thereof as may be necessary to pay the costs of said contract and to declare an emergency. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Next, I have ordinance 3080-2023 to authorize the Department of Human Resources Department to enter into contract with the Hartford Life and Accident Insurance Company to provide all eligible employees life insurance coverage from February 1st, 2024 through January 31st, 2025, to authorize the expenditure of $2 million from the Employee Benefits Fund, or so much thereof, as may be necessary to pay the cost of said contract and to declare an emergency. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
Next is ordinance 3082-2023 to authorize the Director of the Human Resources Department to enter into a contract with United Healthcare Insurance Company and to provide all eligible employees medical, prescription, and tobacco cessation programs, and eligible terminated participants with COBRA coverage from February 1st, 2024 through January 31st, 2025, to authorize the expenditure of $230,832,000 from the Employee Benefits Fund or so much thereof as may be necessary to pay the cost of said contract and PCORI fees and to declare an emergency. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
And then next, this is it. Finally, I have ordinance 3158, 2023, to authorize the Director of the Department of Human Resources to enter into a contract with IMED Vision Care, LLC, and its wholly owned subsidiary, First American Administrators, Inc., to provide all eligible employees vision plan administration from February 1st, 2024 through January 31st, 2025, to authorize the expenditure of $1,621,000 from the Employee Benefits Fund or so much thereof as may be necessary to pay the cost of said contract and to declare an emergency. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Passed.
And that, Council President, is all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The final committee to come before council is the Finance Committee, which I chair. We have two items this evening. First is ordinance 3118-2023 to authorize the Director of Finance and Management on behalf of the Office of Construction Management to enter a construction contract with General Temperature Control for the Department of Public Safety's FTA chiller replacement project, to authorize a transfer and expenditure of up to $1,986,000 within the Safety General Obligations Bond Fund, and to authorize an amendment to the 2023 capital improvements budget and to declare an emergency. This ordinance will include work replacing outdated equipment that's at the end of its life, including HVAC, chillers, pumps, and controls at the Fire Training Academy. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll move for passage. Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
And finally, we have ordinance 3239-2023 to authorize the Director of the Department of Finance and Management to establish various purchase orders to automotive parts for the Fleet Management Division per the terms and conditions of various previously established universal term contracts, to authorize the expenditure of $1,200,000 from the Fleet Management Operating Fund and to declare an emergency. This ordinance will allow the Director of the Department of Finance to contract and purchase repairs and services for our city vehicles. Are there any questions or comments on this piece of legislation? Hearing none, is there a second? I move for passage. Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Pass. Seeing no further business coming before business, is there a motion to adjourn? Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, President Harden.
Meeting is adjourned. We have one non-agenda.